The following is a presentation of WGN Sports.
Chicago for Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. It's Blackhawks night here in the friendly confines. They'll ring in the new year here at Wrigley Field, and tonight they hope to watch the Cubs snap a 3-game skid. It's the Cubs hosting the Houston Astros, the middle game of this 3-game series. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs have lost 3 in a row at home for the first time all season. Got to get the offense going tonight.
Well, they got to get the extra base hits offense going, and also the base on balls. That's something that the Cubs have done so well this year. Most of their rallies have started with a walk, but you can see in the last 3 ball games, only 3 base on balls and obviously no extra base hits. Need to turn that around.
Still a good cushion for the Cubs as Milwaukee lost yesterday, so the division lead right now is 4.5, and the Brewers will take on the New York Mets tonight once again in Milwaukee. Now the pitching matchup, Carlos Zambrano. This is a big start for him 2 days after he was originally supposed to start.
Carlos is always under a microscope when he takes the ball for the Cubs, but I think this might be the biggest start that he's had in a long time, coming off the tired arm syndrome. Got his start pushed back a couple days. Hopefully we'll see better results than he pitched against Pittsburgh last time out.
And the Cubs are hoping to do what they did against Brandon Bakke back in August. They scored 11 runs against him.
Yeah, and really, honestly, in that game, Bakke just stopped competing. He was just throwing the ball down the middle of the plate, and the Cubs were punishing him.
All right, Bakke versus Zambrano. We'll have Cubs baseball from Wrigley Field coming up next.
The summer's coming to an end. But the fun doesn't have to.
Hi.
They're kidding, right?
No, I'm not joking.
Catch the Back to Cool weekend on WGN America this weekend. Brought to you in part by Pillsbury Toaster Strudel. You don't have to be smarter than a 5th grader to know Toaster Strudel's the one kids want to eat.
Like the ad says, there's hardwood floors throughout.
Nice.
Hey, you want a Bud Light?
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. By splitting the rent, there's more money for Bud Light.
Great.
Ready to see your room?
Yeah.
Hey, roomies, say hi to Brian.
The thing is,
Make yourself at home.
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
That chili is not sitting well.
Why let heartburn stop you when you can stop heartburn? Just one Zantac with a cool mint sensation can knock it out all day or all night for strong, lasting relief. Heartburn? Attack it. Zantac.
It's not a dream. You are not hallucinating. You're witnessing the metamorphosis of a new network. WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
Chicago Cubs baseball brought to you by Bud Light. Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming. The Chicagoland area Dodge dealers and the all-new 2009 Dodge Journey. AT&T. See what's new from the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details. The Illinois Lottery. Play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. And by Southwest Airlines. Fees don't fly with us. Visit southwest.com.
Hi! Go Cubs, I'm
woman, and man, are her arms tired. Beautiful night for baseball. Let's hope we stay dry. Tonight's Cubs broadcast from Wrigley Field on WGN Sports, brought to you in beautiful high definition, sponsored by Comcast. Conditions are fine right now. Hearing about some possible rain later. Big Z's already wet. So he'll start 2 days after his scheduled start on Sunday due to a tired arm. So clean slate as he pitches on the second day of September.
And hopefully that'll make a big difference. It's amazing how much it can get into a ball player's mind, certain months of the season, certain opponents that you haven't done well against in the past. And Carlos Zambrano is glad to see August in his rearview mirror.
Well, let's hear from his manager about what he hopes to see from the ace tonight.
It's his seventh day. He's nice and rested, ready to go. We freshened him up. He's ready to go.
So the Cubs now take the field, and here comes Carlos looking for his 14th win. Cubs trying to get back on the winning track. It's the first time all year they've dropped 3 in a row here at home.
And one thing that would really go a long way towards a Cubs victory and a good outing from Carlos Zambrano is a good first inning. Really get his feet underneath him quickly in this game.
Here's the Houston lineup he will face. They scored just 3 times yesterday, but that was enough as the Cubs were shut out. Michael Bourne is in center. Wigginton in left. He went 0 for 3 with a walk after a very hot August. Tejada's a shortstop. Lance Berkman's gotten on 10 of his last 12 plate appearances. Blum is at third. Pence in right. David Newhand at second base. Humberto Quintero catches for Brandon Backey.
And let's check out how the Cubs take the field defensively behind Big Z, brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. Soriano, Edmonds, and DeRosa across the outfield tonight. Ramirez and Terrio on the left side of the infield. Mike Fontenot getting a start at second base against the right-hander Brandon Backey. Derek Lee over at first base. Giovanni Soto behind the dish. And, of course, we've talked about him already. The right-hander Carlos Zambrano will take the ball for the Cubs tonight. Looking for his 14th victory of the season in his 27th start. Opponent's batting average of only .247. Pitch count is always a big factor for Carlos Zambrano, which is why I say a good first inning would go a long way toward allowing him to work deep into the ball game.
Now the umpires, Field and Culbreth, will work the plate. Jim Reynolds at first, Tim Timmons at second, and the crew chief Gary Cedarstrom, who was back at the plate yesterday, he'll be at third tonight. Keep an eye on that game in Milwaukee as left-hander Jonathan Neese will make his major league debut for the Mets, and he'll battle fellow lefty Manny Parra. Now left-handed hitting Michael Bourne comes in at just .221 with a very low on-base percentage, but if he gets on, he'll probably run. Knee-high fastball at 92 for strike 1.
Yeah, Bourne 34 out of 42 on the season in stolen base attempts. His big problem is, as you mentioned, been getting on base.
Free and easy, and Z already reaching 94 on the fastball. That one at 95. I think he's trying to prove something. All heat here in the first inning.
It's hard to describe that dead arm syndrome. Certainly every pitcher goes through it at some point in his career. It's very, very common at the end of spring training. And a lot of the top of the rotation guys that eat up a lot of innings over the course of the season will go through a second dead arm period about this time of the year. It's not pain, it's not an injury, but the pitcher just feels like when he winds up and lets that ball go, there's nothing on it.
Pitching coach Larry Rothschild looks on as Bourne pulls it foul. Knocked down by Jose Cruz Sr., the first base coach for the Astros, who have won 6 in a row. They're the hottest team in the league. Edmonds will get over there and make the catch on the run. That ball had A little bit too much air under it for Bourne. Well, not much has changed at the top of the division. Remember, the Brewers caught the Cubs right at the end of July, but then the Cubs swept them in a 4-game series. And if you're the Astros, you're saying, what can we do to get back into this thing? Just a little bit too late for them at this point. But they've been a very good second half club going back to when Phil Garner was their manager. One year they went to the World Series after a late surge. Strike one on Ty Wigginton.
Well, Ty Wigginton, a guy you can point to as a big reason that the Astros have been winning lately. With Carlos Lee on the disabled list, Ty Wigginton getting a lot of playing time out there in left field and really carrying his share of the load offensively.
Well, in his games in left, since the Lee injury, as he swings and misses, went into that at bat hitting .418. So 2 quick outs.
Good up the ladder fastball from Zambrano. That's a 4-seamer that starts about belt high, ends up letter high. He looks very comfortable out there in the early going, especially with that fastball.
Now it's Miguel Tejada, the shortstop. 2 for 4 yesterday with a triple, and he scored 2 of their 3 runs. Well, in the past, we've talked about Carlos pitching on extra rest as it's popped up, and as a sinker baller, normally he's been better on shorter rest as opposed to extra days, but looks very sharp early on. He goes 1, 2, 3, and the Cubs are coming up against Brandon Backey.
Somebody, you just randomly out there. Jealous. What was that?
It's nothing. Nothing at all.
Sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Goodbye, Mr. Made Up of Different Stuff guy.
When you feel good inside, you feel good all over. Yo Plus is yogurt plus. Yo Plus's unique blend of probiotic cultures and fiber help your body regulate digestive health naturally. Compare Yo Plus to Activia. Both have special digestive health cultures, but only Yo Plus has fiber plus vitamin A plus vitamin D. And Yo Plus tastes great. Get more with a Yo Plus coupon at YoPlus.com.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and I'm a shaman. I'm a conduit of the ancient forces of nature. You're no doubt wondering, hey, Shatner, how do I hurl bolts of lightning? Simple. Get World of Warcraft, dog. You can be anyone you want. I'm William Shatner, and I'm a shaman. What's your game?
World of Warcraft, the #1 online game. Try it for free at warcraft.com.
Now here's Lou Pinella's lineup for the game against Brandon Backey and the Astros, brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. One big change you'll notice, the struggling Kosuke Fukudome getting the night off. Lefty tomorrow night, so we may not see him in the starting lineup till this weekend against the Cincinnati Reds.
Take a look at the Astros defensively. Wigginton, Bourne, and Pence across the outfield. Good speed in center and right. Blum, Tejada, Newhan, and Berkman across the infield tonight. Humberto Quintero behind the plate, and he'll be catching pitches from right-hander Brandon Backey.
Ball 1 on Alfonso Soriano. Backey has won his last 2 starts, but he had 2 outings in August in which he gave up 11 earned runs. One was right here at Wrigley Field. Swing and a miss. And a slider. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Backey throws all 4. He'll sink his fastball. He'll cut his fastball. Has a curve, a slider, and a changeup. You won't see many changeups to right-handed hitters, and you won't see many sliders to the lefties.
The Astros have engineered back-to-back shutouts. They're working on a stretch of 20 consecutive scoreless innings as a staff. And Cub fans are very familiar with the team's struggles in the power department the last few days. The Cubs without an extra base hit since Soriano's game-winning home run Friday against the Phillies. 27 consecutive singles. There's a deep drive, and I think that's over. And Soriano leads off with a home run. The power drought is gone. The scoreless streak for the Astros is done. That's his 24th home run, tied for the team lead with Aramis Ramirez.
That's what the Cubs have been looking for. A little instant offense. One swing, one run. Alfonso Soriano leading off the game with a bomb to deep left center field.
So an early lead for the Cubs. 48 career leadoff home run. For Soriano, he's third on the all-time list. Ricky Henderson and Craig Biggio, the only two ahead of him in that department. How about tied for the team lead in home runs, even though he's missed basically 2 months on the disabled list. A couple of different stints. This is his 90th game. Ricky Weeks has done it for the second straight game for Milwaukee. Takes Jonathan Neese, first batter he faced in the majors, and he gives up the home run to Weeks. So the Brewers leading 1-0. It's 3-1 on Mike Fontenot, playing second and batting second. Derek Lee on deck. And he pops it up over on the left side of the infield. It's Tejada. 1 out.
Take another look at Fonzie's home run. That right on top of the plate approach with the closed stance. Our Southwest, how far did it fly? 385 feet. Putting the Cubs on the board early in this ball game.
The wind is blowing out tonight out of the southwest at 6. That one hit very hard by Lee into left for a base hit. It's his first hit of the series.
Now, you may see a lot of the Cubs hitters attacking Brandon Backey on that first pitch. He's allowed a .409 batting average when opposing hitters swing at that first pitch. And from our Southwest RoboCam, a crisp single through that left side.
The kick and the pitch to Ramirez is just off the outside corner. Well, and you'd really like to jump on Backey early on. Maybe some doubts will creep in. He has not fared well in this ballpark. This will be his 6th career appearance and 5th start. He has a 9.78 lifetime ERA here at Wrigley. Fastball strike 1-1.
When it's that time of night here, Len, the sky is just about the same color as a baseball when a pop-up goes up. Keep an eye on that should somebody lift one in the air to the outfield.
Swing and a miss.
Just a beautiful sunset once again. The players will be glad when the lights fully take over here at the ballpark. They can pick up those fly balls much easier.
Short lead by Derek at first. The 1-2 pitch is pulled foul. If you just joined us, Alfonso Soriano led off the bottom of the first with a home run. Cubs' first extra base hit since his home run beat the Phillies on Friday. So now 461 extra base hits. Good for second in the National League. Milwaukee leading. That's a fair ball. Rocketed past Blum. That'll go through the bullpen as Wigginton will pick it up. Mike Quade, the third base coach, is going to stop Derek Lee. As the throw got to Tejada pretty quickly from left. It's a double for Ramirez. And they're a triple away from the team's cycle here in the first inning.
Well, Ramirez is such a deadly low ball hitter, especially on off-speed pitches. He really goes down and digs that one out, hooks it down into that left field corner. Keeping that pressure on the Astros and Brandon Backey here in the first inning. 2 Cub runners in scoring position for Mark DeRosa.
Well, the Cubs were down 4-1 in the bottom of the third on August 6th. Against Brandon Backey. And then Mark DeRosa came up and hit a big grand slam. The Cubs would go on to score 8 times in that third inning.
No doubt about that one. High fly ball, got about 3 or 4 rows deep in the bleachers in left field. Curtain call for D-Roy.
His first career curtain call a little later in that inning. Soriano would hit a 3-run blast. Backey didn't get taken out until the 4th.
Now the Astros had some bullpen problems at that time, and they were trying to get as much out of Backey as they could starting the ball game, but the Cubs unleashed the offense on him after 3 1/3, 11 earned runs.
Three of the first 4 batters have reached base, and the Astros have to bring the infield in. It's 2-1. There's Edmonds on deck. Backey has a sign from Quintero. The pitch outside. Well, you heard Mark DeRosa tell us on the leadoff man the other day that these are the types of situations where the Cubs are very happy to take that base on balls and give the guy behind him an opportunity. So if he doesn't get a pitch to his liking, he'll just take first and set it up for Edmonds. They've done that all year. Pretty good pitch to take a big hack at. They fouled it back. 3-2.
Well, they've done it all year except for the last 3 ball games, but I choose to give a lot of the credit to the opposing pitchers that the Cubs have seen recently. Nice 3-1 swing that time by DeRosa. I mean, Brett Myers was extremely good in the first game of that 3-game stretch. Jamie Moyer, the ageless one, was tremendous in his start, and Roy Oswalt was on top of his game yesterday.
Backey's ready. And the 3-2 pitch, and he does take the walk.
The start of this ball game could have been completely different if Michael Bourne's line drive to right center field gets down in that first inning. Edmonds was shading him over into the gap in left center. Had a long way to go to run that one down, but able to make a nice running catch, keep Bourne off the bases, and Big Z went on to retire the next 2 for a perfect top half of the first inning.
Jim has slumped as of late. 4 for his last 31. 3 of those hits came in one game last week in Pittsburgh. And he's in a good position here. Bases loaded and only 1 out.
And we should point out that Humberto Quintero behind home plate loves to pick at the bases to try to get his pitcher out of jams. He's only picked 1 runner off this season, but he loves to throw to the bases to try to help his pitcher out of some tough spots.
Backey still from the stretch. Here he comes on the 0-1. Quickly 0-2. Edmonds has done well versus Backey. 5 for 16 with a double and 5 walks.
Ideally, Jim Edmonds looking for something up in the strike zone that he can lift in the air to the outfield, drive home Derek Lee with a sac fly. You want to avoid pitches down around the knees where you're likely to hit a ground ball.
Another one just inside. Soto hitting 7th tonight. Edmonds 6th. And it's fouled right at the plate. Then you have Ryan Terrios batting .312 in the 8th spot. And oh, by the way, the pitcher's hitting .365.
Yeah, where's the breather in this lineup? There's just no break for that opposing pitcher.
A hit in each of his last 13 starts for Big Z. An RBI in each of his last 8 games. First pitcher in Major League history to do that. He might get a chance here in the first inning. It's sliced out of play. It's been a high-stress first inning for Backey. Pitch count in the mid-20s, now up to 27.
I was just thinking about that with these 2 starting pitchers today, Zambrano and Backey. They're the kind of guys that would send the sports psychologist to a therapist of his own. Both great competitors, place high expectations on themselves. Nice emergency swing that time by Jim Edmonds. That breaking ball was getting perilously close to the edge of the strike zone, so just flipped his bat out there to get a piece of it and stay alive. Nice piece of defensive hitting right there. Going to force Backey to throw him at least 1 more pitch in this sequence.
Derek Lee at third. He singled earlier. Ramirez then doubled, and DeRosa followed up with a very solid at bat. He ended up drawing a walk. And now it's 2-2 on Edmonds. The next one, another foul. Or are they making him work?
Boy, and this is the kind of night, very steamy here at Wrigley Field. All these high-stress pitches early in the ball game are definitely going to take their toll on Brandon Backey.
Another 2-2 pitch, pulled foul. Look out, Matt Sinatro. Already a 9-pitch at bat. Crowd is up early. Didn't have a ton to cheer about yesterday as the Cubs were shut out 3-0. They had a chance in the 9th. Had the tying run at the plate. But the closer, Jose Valverde, got out of it. Bases loaded, still 2-2 on Edmonds. The pitch. Right back to Backy. 1, 2, 3. That's a double play, and that's the end of the inning. The Cubs get one on the leadoff blast by Alfonso Soriano. They do strand a couple, and it's 1-0 Cubs after one.
Justice room, wall-to-wall in teal.
Exactly.
And, you know, if you got a little extra carpet lying around, there might be a little something extra. For you, honey.
I'll see what I have.
Hey, you're home early. What do you think?
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
Very easy, honey.
All around the world, men with erectile dysfunction have taken 36-hour Cialis. Today, men can also be ready with another dosing option, Cialis for daily use, a clinically proven low-dose tablet you take every day, so you can be ready anytime the moment is right.
Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
36-hour Cialis or Cialis for daily use. Ask your doctor if a Cialis option is right for you. So when the moment is right, you can be ready.
Emmett, your gray facial hair has put you in a rocking chair. Your beard is weird. Just for Men Gel.
Gets rid of gray in 5 easy minutes.
His edge is back. He scores! Just for men. Keep your edge.
Well, Alfonso Soriano getting the Cubs on the board with a leadoff home run. And they had a chance to get some more. Good battle between Backy and Edmonds with the bases loaded, and Backy wins out. It's a 1-2-3 double play to get out of it. Here's Lance Berkman, and he bounces to Derek Lee. Nice knockdown, and he'll step on first base. Berkman went 2 for 2 with 2 walks, a steal, and a run yesterday, so that's the first time the Cubs have gotten them in the series.
Well, we come to expect it every time the ball's hit to first base, but that's a nice play by Derek Lee to get in there and smother that ball on the short hop. He knew if he stayed back, it was going to be a tough waist-high bounce. So he came in an extra step or so and just tried to knock that ball down, keep it in front. Knew he had plenty of time to get to the bag to beat Berkman.
Another switch hitter. This is Jeff Blum playing third. Bob, we want to pass along our deepest condolences to our good friend, Cubs beat writer with the Chicago Tribune, Paul Sullivan, whose mother, Catherine, has passed away. And we'll keep Paul and his entire family in our thoughts and prayers. One and one on Blum. It's a little bit outside, apparently. He checked down to third, and no swing.
Blum filling that 5th spot in the lineup, normally occupied by Carlos Lee most of the time. 3, 4, 5, somewhere in the middle of the lineup is where you usually see El Caballo. And the Cubs don't mind missing him in this series. Numbers against Jason Marquis, yesterday's starter, 344 with 4 homers for Carlos Lee. Against Zambrano, 370 with 4 homers. And against tomorrow's starter, Ryan Dempster, 412 with a home run in his career. So as much as we like to watch Big Carlos play, we'll wait until next year.
That bounced up there, and it's full 3-2. Hunter Pence will hit next. The Astros are in 4th in both the National League Central and in the wild card race. They're 13 out in the division, 8.5 in the wild card. Well, here's the Carlos Lee season-ending injury. Bronson Arroyo hit him the left pinky finger. There were breaks in 6 places. Ugh.
You know, Carlos Lee, one of those big power hitters that wraps his pinky finger down around the knob to give himself some extra leverage. And when you get hit in the hand, there's no place, no give whatsoever. That finger is trapped against the bat, and obviously a lot of damage done.
Watch the Cubs take on these Astros tomorrow night at 7:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Kosuke Fukudome #1 Cubs cap. Compliments of Bank of America. Lou hoping a little rest. We'll get Kosuke's bat hot once again. Left-hander Randy Wolf will pitch for the Astros tomorrow. And then the Cubs are off Thursday before starting their only 3-city trip of the season. At least 3 cities that don't include Chicago. They had a trip that started on the south side earlier this season. But we don't count that one because the Cubs got to sleep in their own beds that weekend.
That's right.
Cincinnati, St. Louis, and Houston coming up on the next trip. 1 and 2 on Pence. Blum not a threat to run, especially with Z on the mound. 2 and 2. Jeff Blum basically will run on a hit and run situation, or maybe against a team that doesn't throw anybody out, and a pitcher that doesn't hold runners. Full count.
You could possibly see him on the move here. A 3-2 count with 1 out in the inning. Although Hunter Pence does strike out a boatload. 107 punch outs on the season.
Off the foot of Carlos, and that kicks by Fontenot, who's headed towards second base. Pence on his way to second. He's going to slide in safely with Blum at third.
Unfortunate carom right there. Like it hit Z on the inside of the left foot. Fontenot was headed up the middle of the field to make the play, and that ball went right back to where he started from, rolled through into shallow right center, and by the time the Cubs were able to get that baseball, Pence is on second base, Blum all the way around to third. Quick visit from Mark O'Neill. Z says he's ready to go.
Now David Newhand playing second. We saw Jose Castillo yesterday, and that one's punched foul. Kaz Matsui has been activated off the disabled list. He had an irritated disc in his back. He's been banged up this season, but it sounds like he will not play in this series. But with the expanded rosters, they didn't wait around to activate their normal everyday second baseman. Get on the hands and foul beyond the screen. 0-2.
Well, you can tell most of David Newhand's at bats this year have come off the bench for Cecil Cooper. 24 pinch hit at bats. He's got 72 ABs on the season, and he approaches these game at bats just like he does his pinch hit at bats. Go up there hacking at the first thing close to the strike zone.
Breaks his bat as he rolls one to Fontenot, and he'll pick up an RBI as the Astros tie it. Blum scores. It's 1-1. Pence also moving up to third. 2 outs. Quintero showing bunt and taking a strike.
Saw the low batting average for Quintero, 232 on the season. He's only played in 43 ball games. This is his 44th. And he's only drawn 2 base on balls all season. So that should tell you you can expand the strike zone against this guy.
Talked about rest for Z. On 4 days rest, which is normal rest in his career, his ERA is 2.72. Backhanded by Ramirez, and he'll throw to first. On the rest a little bit later, they tie it up on the new hand ground out. It's 1-1.
Heartburn-stopping strength of Zantac also comes with a refreshing cool mint sensation for strong, lasting relief. Heartburn? Attack it. Zantac.
That's her 4th free sample.
And I still can't taste the fiber.
Yeah, what's the deal? Fiber One yogurt. This is too good to be fiber.
It's too creamy to be fiber.
May I be of assistance?
Yes, I've tried all of these yogurts, and there's no fiber in any of them.
Actually, there is. It's on the box.
So we gotta eat the box to get the fiber?
20% per serving.
She's almost had a whole day's worth already.
Fiber One yogurt. Can't vote no. Delicious, yes.
Hi. Bob meets his dream girl. She could pick you up over her head and spike you like a football.
Where did you get dressed this morning? India?
Next, Becker.
Dear man, get yourself a step stool and ask the woman out.
Becker, tonight at 12:30 East, 9:30 West.
How many years have you been lying to me?
A total freak.
I've smoked pot.
You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
Olympic gold medalist and NBA star Jason Kidd in the house as he gave away his gold medal. Stay informed throughout the 2008 season with MLB.com Team Text Alerts. Customize your mobile alerts, including news, game summaries, scores, and more. Sign up now by texting Get Cubs to 65246 or visit MLB.com/mobile. So all the gold medalists were here on the Oprah show. They taped it today. One and nothing on Giovanni Soto. He'll be followed by Ryan Theriot and then Carlos Zambrano. And again, the averages go up. Edmonds at 231, 6th. Soto 292, 7th. There's a base hit, and that average will go up. And the 8 and 9 hitters both batting over 300.
And then you get the top of the order.
And then you go right back to the guy who led off the bottom of the first with a home run.
A little slider on the inside part of the plate just didn't get where Backy wanted it to get on the outside part of the plate. And this is what the Cubs have done so effectively all year from our Southwest RoboCam. Take advantage of a pitcher's mistakes. I mean, it happens to everybody. Pitchers are human. They're not going to throw every pitch exactly where they want to, but when they do make those mistakes, be ready to hit them.
Well, Ryan Theriot said well, some people back home in Baton Rouge really got nailed by Gustav. Huge wind gusts. He said his brother lost his chimney, his roof. The good news is everybody's okay, but it did some damage. As Tejada has to go to his right, they'll get 1, but not 2.
chance to double off Terrio with his speed, but a pretty slick play by Miguel Tejada, fielding and throwing all in one motion to David Newhan at second base. But Terrio able to leg it out at first.
I talked to Mike Fontenot and John Lieber, Chad Godin. Everybody said their families were okay. Also, Gustav had gone through near the Dominican Republic, but Carlos Marmol and Aramis Ramirez and Alfonso Soriano said everybody back home's okay. What a season Carlos has had at the plate. 4 home runs. He's in a great stretch. He hits a tapper foul. Check out this stuff.
Has recorded a hit in his last 13 starts. That's the longest streak since 1924 when Wilbur Super Cooper accomplished that feat. He had 15 consecutive games with a hit.
Career high 8-game hitting streak. I mentioned the starts. He's appeared as a pinch hitter as well. Think he's got a shot at DiMaggio? Might take a couple of years.
Well, it might take a while, but I wouldn't put it past him. Let's just put it that way.
Tejada, what a play, and they're going to not only get an out, but turn 2. He just stole away a hit, and they turn a 6-4-3 double play. Wow, 1-1.
WGN America, your summertime home for baseball.
Bud Light is brewed to give you everything you want in a beer. Never-ending refreshment, superior drinkability, and now, X-ray vision. X-ray vision no longer available in Bud Light.
Let's go somewhere else.
The superior drinkability, however, remains.
Bud Light keeps it coming.
After a car accident, you open a whole world of challenges, like getting to work. Thankfully, Farmers customers can avoid these inconveniences. Our Help Point service arranges towing, car rentals, even recommends certified auto repair facilities. Contact a local agent and shield yourself with Farmers. Just one of over 30 reliable policies available from Farmers.
The dog says, whoa, 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 whoa. And the cat says, yeah. And the duck says, quack, quack. And the turkey says,
The turkey definitely says oven roasted turkey on crispy warm panini bread. One of the new iron grilled sandwiches at Dairy Queen.
Tied at 1 as we head to the top half of the 3rd inning. Miguel Tejada leading the major's best defense. The Astros have only made 58 errors on the season from our Southwest RoboCam. The second sparkling defensive play that the Astros shortstop made in the inning. This one turns into a double play. Boy, great range, strong throwing arm, very active defender at shortstop. Took a base hit away from Z right there.
Brandon Backey can hit as he chops one to short and is thrown out by Ryan Terrio. Time to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery, the first day of school in Chicago.
Everybody's getting ready for school, so I just came to wish everybody good luck, work really hard, listen to your teachers, and most importantly, have fun and learn as much as you can, all right? So enjoy your whole school year and your first day. Have fun.
So Ryan Dempster bringing the school bell at Blaine Elementary. Neil Kotz, Mark DeRosa, Jason Marquis were out and about. Also Rich Harden, John Lieber, Darrell Ward, Larry Rothschild, Corey Provis from WGN Radio. They visited Northwestern Memorial Hospital's inpatient and outpatient dialysis units. Giovanni Soto, Henry Blanco, Mike Quaddy visited Children Memorial's Hospital, the Brown Family Life Center as well. Speaking of work in the community, Mr. Dempster was named the Cubs recipient of the 2008 Roberto Clemente Award presented by Chevy. It's the second time he's won that award the last 3 seasons. Also won it in 2006. Called strike 3, Michael Bourne frozen, which is tough to do on a hot night like this.
He was frozen briefly. He's thawing as we speak. Another good fastball from Carlos Zambrano. Bourne obviously looking for something else right there. And a 2-strike count, that's a pitch you got to at least try to get a piece of, but couldn't pull the trigger.
Slider's a little low, 1-0 on Ty Wigginton.
And since he's in town, we should also recognize that Lance Berkman was the recipient of the Roberto Clemente Award for the Houston Astros this year.
Soto will not have a play.
So you could put together a pretty good all-star team with the guys who have received the Roberto Clemente Award for their various teams in the American and National League. I'll take my chances with that ball club. Brandon Webb, Tim Hudson, Melvin Moore, Kevin Youkilis. You mentioned Dempster, Jermaine Dye for the White Sox. On and on and on. Grady Sizemore, Maglio Ordonez, Lance Berkman, Albert Pujols. Pretty good players and very, very active in their communities.
Off the plate inside. 2-1. Roxon fires. That's fouled back. All right, I'm going to get this note in. On 1 day of extra rest or 5 days rest in his career, Carlos with a 4.78 earned run average. That makes sense for a sinker baller, more movement with less rest. But on 6 or more days, and he has 6 this time around, back to 270. And he looks strong tonight. So normally when he's feeling good, he's a guy you would rather keep on the every 5th day routine. Wigginton pops it up. And Ryan Theriot had to drip back behind second, almost tripped over the bag, but made the catch. And the Astros go down in order for the second time in the first 3. It's 1-1.
Honey, if you want to get rid of your gray hair, try my hair color. It's really easy.
Women's hair color can take 30 minutes. Just for men, take 5.
No one will notice.
Earth colors every hair. Just for men, targets only gray. The truth is, men need just for men.
Hey, mister, are you going to the laundry room?
I was.
It's a dead zone. Reception is terrible, and calls go away for all eternity.
I have the Verizon network. You good?
That's cool.
We test our network every day to be America's most reliable. Verizon Wireless. Get the exclusive pink BlackBerry Curve or the BlackBerry Pearl, now just $79.99.
Hey, we landed. In the middle of the road. Hop in, there's room.
There's one thing. We're nudists.
Wow.
Ugh.
Rear view camera. Ride ready. The new Pilot, only from Honda.
Wednesday on WGN America, it's a matinee special as the White Sox close out the series in C-Town against Sizemore and Cleveland. Wednesday at noon Eastern on WGN America.
How many years have you been lying to me?
A total freak. I've smoked pot.
You want a piece of me?
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
Astros won, Cubs won. The Cubs won came off the bat of Alfonso Soriano. Leadoff blast in the first inning. And he leads off the bottom of the third. Cubs have hit the ball hard all night against Backey. That one was not hit very hard, and Tejada will take care of it. Lou Pinella's favorite spot to hang after the game is Harry Carey's Tavern at the corner of Sheffield and Addison. Go where Lou goes for Wrigleyville's best burgers, salads, and pizzas. Call 773-HOLY-COW or visit harrycareys.com. Carlos Beltran with a 3-run homer for the Mets, who now lead the Brewers 5-1. They're in the third inning. Big swing and a miss. So who's going to hit for the cycle tonight? It's become a very common occurrence. Stephen Drew of the Diamondbacks against St. Louis yesterday, and then later Adrian Beltre of the Mariners did it to Texas. First time there have been 2 in one day since 1920. Comes Backey on a 2-1. That missed outside on a fastball. 3 balls and a strike. Should they just hand the American League Cy Young to Cliff Lee right now? 20-2. And he's won 9 straight. Beat the White Sox. Complete game shutout last night. He has a 2.32 earned run average. For a team that's 4 games under 500.
I was about to say, for a ball club that hasn't been playing that well this year, I got no problem to go ahead and put his name on it. I think that's appropriate.
You have Francisco Rodriguez, who could set the all-time saves record. 53 currently for the Angels. He'd be the other guy you'd think about.
Now, they do have an award for relief pitchers, the Fireman of the Year award, the Rolaids Fireman of the Year award. So a lot of people think that relief pitchers ought to have their own award, and starting pitchers should be the only pitchers considered for the Cy Young. Of course, I'm sure K-Rod's going to get his share of votes for the Cy Young as well.
Greg Maddux tied Roger Clemens for 8th on the all-time wins list, number 354, as the Dodgers beat his former team, the Padres. Dodgers are 2.5 behind Arizona. And Fontenot strikes out.
Not a good end to the at-bat by Mike Fontenot, but a good at-bat nonetheless. After Soriano grounded out on the first pitch, he was able to make Backey work a little bit. Does end up going down on strikes, but extended the inning. And now Derek Lee hopefully can put together a long pitch at bat.
One other note that caught my eye from Monday: the Braves lost their 29th consecutive one-run decision on the road. That's a major league record. There's some things you can try to explain in this game, but that one I don't think there is any explanation. And they lead at Florida 10-9 in the 4th inning. They were up 10-3. But the Marlins just scored 6 times in the 4th. So if that score holds up, Strange to even say it. They're in the 4th inning, but they would break that streak. But I have a feeling some more runs are going to be scored tonight. Wow, what a night at Dolphin Stadium.
Well, you can tell it's September, Len. We look at the stat sheet that we get up here in the booth every day, and it lists the scheduled probable pitchers for every game around Major League Baseball. And there's a lot of TBAs on the list. For teams that are out of pennant contention, they call up some guys from the minor leagues, give them a spot start. Take a look at what they have to look forward to in the future. So a lot of TBAs up and down the probable starters tonight.
Derek draws a 2-out walk to keep the inning alive for Ramos. Cubs fans, don't forget to check out our WGN Baseball blog on WGNTV.com. Click on the sports link. Look for Len and Bob's Baseball blog. On the blog, we have our current podcast. There's a link to that. Game notes from our friends at Stats. Gonzalo Palacios, who won the ultimate 7th inning stretch contest yesterday. He was fantastic. Once again, WGNTV.com. Click on sports. Look for the link to Len and Bob's blog. Ramos doubled in the first. There's that snap throw by the catcher, Quintero, you were talking about. 1 pickoff on the year.
Only 1 pickoff, but it's not due to a lack of trying. He likes to throw to the bases. He'll throw from his knees. He'll square up his shoulders to the pitcher's mound and snap a throw down to first base, trying to kind of put the body fake on that runner at first.
Wants it up and in. Still 2 strikes.
The wind is a little bit more brisk now than it was at the beginning of the ball game. Still blowing pretty much straight out to center field.
It's interesting, the retired number flags on each foul pole, they're not moving at all. But a little bit higher. The flags out in center going straight out. That's deep, but not going to carry far enough. As Bourne will make the catch and the inning is over. 2-out walk, no runs. It's 1-1.
Okay, so I've done the math on this never-ending pasta bowl. There's 42 different sauce and pasta combinations.
Yeah.
And there's 7 of us. Right. So if we come here on 3 different nights.
Well, you do the math. I'm doing the Alfredo.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back with delicious new sauces like tomato basil caprese and our Asiago garlic Alfredo. Pick any combination of sauce and pasta, then another. Try them all for just $8.95 plus endless salad and breadsticks.
This math tastes delicious.
Olive Garden, when you're here, you're family.
I own a landscape design company, and allergies can really affect your day. That's why I need to be Claritin Clear. Claritin gives me powerful relief that won't make me drowsy. You know, Zyrtec warns drowsiness may occur right on its label. I'll take non-drowsy Claritin and live Claritin Clear.
So you're looking to lower your cholesterol. Well, you're not alone, because millions of Americans are. So Cheerios gave away 1 million bowls of cereal. Why? Because Cheerios can help lower your cholesterol 4% in 6 weeks. Not long at all. Just 6 weeks. So join the challenge and get $6 in coupons at CheeriosChallenge.com.
The summer's coming to an end. But the fun doesn't have to.
Hi.
They're kidding, right?
No, I'm not joking.
Catch the Back to Cool weekend on WGN America this weekend. Brought to you in part by Pillsbury Toaster Strudel. You don't have to be smarter than a 5th grader to know Toaster Strudel's the one kids want to eat. It's not a dream. You are not hallucinating. You're witnessing the metamorphosis of a new network. WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
A 1-1 tie as we get into the fourth inning. Tejada, Berkman, and Blum for the Astros, who've won 6 in a row and 25 of 35. The Cubs are 51 and 22 at home, but they've lost their last 3. Big start for Carlos Zambrano tonight, and he's been sharp. Got the upcoming rotation for the Cubs. Ryan Dempster will start tomorrow night. Off day Thursday. Then Lilly, Marquis, and Zambrano at Cincinnati. Looks like Ryan Dempster will start a week from tonight in St. Louis. And then Rich Harden will pitch game 2 or game 3. That has not yet been determined. So basically Rich will have 1 start skipped. That's drilled, and Soriano will come over, and it's just off his glove. He got his glove on it but couldn't put it away, and Tejada will end up with a double. I think it'll be a double. He got there, but it was rocketed. We'll see how Bob Rosenberg scores it.
A long run for Soriano. Tried to make the play on the move out there in the gap in left center field. Got a glove up there. Looked like it just hit off the thumb of the glove. Went all the way to the wall for a double.
That's a good call, a double.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. That's a long way to run for that ball. It was hit right on the button by Tejada. Could he have made the play? Yeah, he could have made the play, but that was an extraordinary effort, and usually that's the determining factor for an official scorekeeper. If you can make a play with normal effort and don't, that's considered an error. If you have to make an exceptional effort, range far to your left or right or in or back, usually those are going to go for base hits.
Berkman retired on a nice play by Derek Lee in the second. He has hit in 8 in a row. And unlike yesterday's matchup, when he had all kinds of success against Jason Marquis, very different story against Zambrano. He's 9 for 58 in his career against Carlos.
I guess if you're Lance Berkman, you can hang your hat on the fact he has drawn 14 base on balls against Big Z, but hasn't had a lot of luck when he has taken his hacks. Well, you know, the velocity is the first thing that jumps out at you with Zambrano so far in this game. Really popping the ball in the mid-90s. But equally as important is his location. He's throwing that ball in the corners of the plate with good movement.
So Viterio for out number 1. Time for tonight's AT&T text poll question. With Big Z on the mound, we ask you, what do you enjoy more, watching Carlos Zambrano pitch or hit? Text your response to 97999. A, for his pitching prowess, or B, at the plate. Poll brought to you by the new AT&T. See what's new at the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details. That's a very good question.
Could have added another category there, C, for snap. Pitch, hit, or snap, and usually does all 3 on a given start. So far, very much in control tonight.
I think in the end I would stick with his day job. I enjoy watching him pitch very much, but it is fun to watch him hit. We get the opportunity to watch him during batting practice.
Well, that's
unbelievable how far he hits a ball. I mean, the bleachers in center above the batter's eye lounge are extremely reachable for him on just an average swing.
Yeah, when your teammates that swing a bat for a living stick around the cage to watch you take your cuts. That speaks to the kind of batting practice that Carlos has on the days he starts.
It's 2-1 on Blum. The pitch blocked by Soto. As a catcher, the balls that bounce in front of home plate easier to block because you have a little more time.
Well, it just depends on the kind of hop they take. You know, the batters coming out of that right-handed batter's box, occasionally their first big step ends up right in front of home plate. So occasionally you get some divots out there in front, and the ball will take an odd hop from time to time.
A nice play by Hunter Pence. He barehanded that bouncer. Handed it to a fan.
And obviously, the further in front of home plate that it hits, the higher the bounce is. You take a lot of those up near the collarbone, sometimes off the face mask, sometimes off the umpire behind you. There is no such thing as a bad block.
Fontenot goes out. Shallow right center makes a catch. So, Bob, in the original show, Beverly Hills 90210, were you more of a Brenda guy or a Kelly guy? Well, they're back, along with a whole new cast of characters on the all-new show 90210. And our Chicago area viewers can watch the series premiere of 90210 tonight at 10:30 following the WGN News.
Which one's the blonde?
Kelly.
Kelly. I guess I'm a Kelly fan.
Yeah. I would say Kelly.
Well, hopefully this game will end in time so we can run home and catch that.
One and nothing on Pence. Tejada started the inning with a double. And a line shot that glanced off the leather of Alfonso Soriano in left center. Couple of infield pop-ups and Z with a chance to get out of it. Big cut by Pence. He rarely shortens up. 1-2. Pence has struck out 107 times on the year. He's taken just 31 walks. Those guys were talking about Brenda and Kelly. 1-2, and he just was able to get a piece. 96 on the Heat.
Hunter Pence is one of those high motor guys. We talked about him in the game yesterday. I think you're better off changing speeds, going slower rather than try to go faster against him. The harder you throw it, the better he likes it.
Ontario on the short hop. Lots of time. Boy, it's close. Safe. Thought he had time. I guess not. That ball was hit extremely hard. It took a little extra time, but Pence really got down the line quickly.
I mentioned he's a high motor guy. I mean, that ball is hit like a bullet on a hop to Ryan Theriot. He does take an extra crow hop before throwing across, but boy, Pence beat that throw easily to first base.
It looked like the right call. Derek always tries to sell it by coming off the bag as quickly as possible. But Jim Reynolds appeared to make the right call. David Newhand now, first and third. Fontenot will get it. Theriot stepping on second base. I'll tell you, Pence was right on top of him that time. So is he excited? Popped up. He gets out of it. It's still 1-1.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
like the ad says, there's hardwood floors throughout.
Nice.
Hey, you want a Bud Light?
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. I splitting the rent. There's more money for Bud Light.
Great.
Ready to see your room?
Yeah.
Hey, roomies, say hi to Brian.
The thing is...
Make yourself at home.
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
That chili is not sitting well.
All around the world, men with erectile dysfunction have taken 36-hour Cialis. Today, men can also be ready with another dosing option, Cialis for daily use, a clinically proven low-dose tablet you take every day, so you can be ready anytime the moment is right.
Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
36-hour Cialis or Cialis for daily use. Ask your doctor if a Cialis option is right for you. So when the moment is right, you can be ready.
Chicago Cubs baseball from Wrigley Field on WGN Sports is brought to you by Bud Light. Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
Got the Zamboni on one of the hottest days of the summer. Mark DeRosa goes deep, and the Cubs lead 2-1. Third career homer against Backey. And they're back on top. Couple of home runs tonight. Soriano in the first, DeRosa in the fourth. Both leading off an inning.
Fastball right down Main Street, knee high. Mark DeRosa golfed it out of here in a hurry to left field. Our Southwest, how far did it fly? 383 feet. Came on the first pitch from Brandon Backey. I mentioned earlier, opponents batting well over 400 against Backey when they swing at that first pitch.
Hugs and high fives in the dugout. His 67th career home run. Hits for the Cubs. 3 have gone for extra bases. And they lead 2-1. To center in the air, and it's Michael Bourne with all kinds of room. So a Zamboni and a Zambrano in the house tonight. And DeRosa taking this Brandon Backey pitch up and out.
This is just a get-ahead fastball. That pitch is right in the middle of the plate, just above the knees. DeRosa all over it, head right down the barrel of the bat, saw it all the way to contact and rode it out of here left field.
19 homers and 80 RBIs, both career highs for Mark. Deep to center. Bourne's back on this one. At the warning track. Gone! Number 21 for Gio. And it's 3-1.
The the 3 home runs he surrendered here tonight, Brandon Backey takes over the National League lead. Giovanni Soto, the latest Cub to go deep to straightaway center field. Took advantage of that little bit of wind that's blowing out of here, but really clubbed that one.
So he has 80 RBIs. One and one on Ryan Terrio. The outside corner to make it a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, I guess the extra base hit drought is over.
Yeah.
3 homers and a double in this game already. We're only in the 4th inning.
That's way outside. He has a sign from his catcher. Off the end of the bat, foul. Here's home number 3 already.
We saw the DeRosa home run was a fastball in the middle of the plate. This one came on a breaking ball in the middle of the plate. Bourne trying to go back as far as he can, but he runs out of room. Our Southwest, how far did that one fly? 407 feet to straightaway center.
Another foul, still 2-2. Well, it was great to meet Kaylee Newell. Came to the ballpark tonight through the Make-A-Wish Foundation. 16 years old, from Pekin, Illinois. Family lives in Tremont. Her parents Lisa and Don were also here. They got a chance to catch batting practice. Kaylee's first trip to Wrigley Field. Favorite Cub is Mark DeRosa's Terrio's singles, 3rd hit of the inning. Brings up Zambrano.
A nice battling at bat by the Riot. Fouled off a couple of tough pitchers' pitches, and then finally gets one he can handle. Takes it right back up the middle of the field against Brandon Backey on a breaking ball.
She's ready for this big at bat. Maybe Rick Springfield ought to write a new hit instead of Jesse's Girl, Zambrano's Girl. Kick and the pitch, outside corner. Another look at tonight's AT&T text poll question. We have to be fair and balanced. We showed it to you earlier with him pitching, now with him batting. Last chance to vote whether you like to see Big Z pitch or hit the most. Text to 97999. Backey having some problems with some dirt in his spikes. All 3 runs for the Cubs coming on solo homers. Soriano, DeRosa, and Soto. 160 as a team that came in 4th in the league in home runs. Big swing by Z.
Shows you the kind of respect Zambrano gets as a hitter. Backey just refusing to throw him a fastball in the strike zone in this sequence. Came with a changeup on the 1-1 pitch. Got Carlos way out in front.
Throw to first. Terrio got back.
Boy, for a catcher, that's a good time to attempt that pickoff at first base. The runner kind of loses sight of the catcher because of the hitter in that left-handed batter's box. Quintero just kind of fell down to a knee and fired that ball behind Big Z, trying to get Terrio too far off the bag, but Ryan Terrio ever alert down there at first base.
Now, as a catcher in this spot, are you thinking on every pitch you might throw, or do you kind of have to plan it out ahead of time?
Yeah, sometimes you can plan it out ahead of time, especially if you get ahead in the sequence. If you're ahead in the count, you can call for a pitch off the plate inside, which will lead you right into your throw to first base. Other times it's just a spur-of-the-moment thing. You happen to catch that runner out of your peripheral vision. You see him out there a little bit farther than he should be and snap a throw down there and try to get him.
Will field, and he'll step on first to get Z, who's now 0 for 2. While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Travel deep down to the movie underground to screen another movie. Mind fresh from the vaults. The Movie Underground, Friday night at 8 East 5 West on WGN America.
Two home runs in the fourth inning for the Cubs. They have now led twice. They were up 1-0, and now it's 3-1. Terrio's the runner at second base with 2 outs. It's now 5-4. It was 5-1 Mets, but the Brewers coming back with 3 in the bottom of the fourth. Manny Parra with a 2-run single in that one for Milwaukee. Jonathan Neese making his major league debut. He's out. Nelson Figueroa is in the fourth inning. So 2-1 on Soriano. Backey working hard again. Had a tough first. He's struggling again now in the fourth. The kick and the pitch. Crushed foul.
Well, then I was watching after Carlos Zambrano tapped to Berkman at first base, and the Astros actually did Big Z a favor there. Quintero went to the mound to talk to Backey, giving Zambrano enough time to get back into the dugout, because unlike most leadoff hitters, Alfonso Soriano doesn't wait for that pitcher to get back in the dugout and have a seat. He wants to run up there to home plate to take his at bat. But because the Astros had their little powwow on the mound, that gave Big Z an opportunity to get back, towel off, have a drink.
And he went too far. It's so tough for Fonzie with that big bat to hold up on a check swing. But DeRosa and Soto with home runs in the inning, and the Cubs lead 3-1 after 4.
Somebody, you just randomly out of
What was that?
It's nothing. Yeah, nothing at all.
Every sip relationship gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3, and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Goodbye, Mr. Made Up of Different Stuff guy.
And you can put it on the board. Yes! This ball game is over. Back toward the bleachers. That ball's gone. A home run. Sox win. Sox win. Yes! Cubs win. They win it. Oh, baby.
The men of TV are de-evolving from man of the house.
I am the king in my castle.
To man of the couch.
Haven't I heard of you?
You're not a cop, are you?
Just when you think it can't get any worse, these guys show up.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. That's my other brother Daryl.
Watch the men of classic TV go from sophisticated to sauced. Put your mind on rewind with Out of Sight Retro Night on WGN America. Keep your eyes here. Join the Night Watchman as he secures the fortress in an ongoing quest to keep it safe from mediocre television. Travel deep down to the movie underground to screen another movie mind fresh from the vaults. Friday, Jerry Springer drops by to offer a no-holds-barred look at his movie Ringmaster.
This is TV you can't ignore.
You can't miss this one. Enter the movie underground Friday night at 8 East 5 West right here on WGN America.
Totally unacceptable.
Cubs 3, Astros 1. Humberto Quintero rolls it foul the other way as we get into the 5th inning. Milwaukee has tied that ball game with 4 in the 4th, so it's 5-5 Mets and the Brewers. DeRosa and Soto with home runs in the 4th for the Cubs. Kind of weird, Bob. Every time the Cubs score, the Brewers score in their game.
Once again, the grim reality of the situation is if the Cubs end up winning, it doesn't matter what the Brewers do. That's the advantage of having a lead at this point in the season. We talked about the X's on the calendar earlier.
So slicing away from DeRosa, it's going to, rather from Edmonds, as DeRosa goes after it with him. And it'll be a leadoff double for Quintero. Second straight inning. They've begun the frame with a double. Tejada ended up stranded at third in the last inning.
Well, we talked about Quintero in his first at bat of this ball game. You do not have to throw this man a strike to get him out. Only 2 walks on the season. That time got a fastball right down the middle of the plate. Soto wanted it away out of the strike zone, but caught too much plate, and Quintero drove it into the gap in right center.
Here's Backey. He came in at 289. He lays down a terrific bunt. And Z will get the out at first as Fontenot's covering. It's a sac bunt for Backey, former position player. Let's take a look at our WGN Sports upcoming baseball schedule in high definition. Sponsored by Comcast. Tomorrow morning, the Sox are in Cleveland beginning at 11 o'clock Central Time. Saturday, the Sox will host the Angels. That's Saturday at 6 on WGN Sports. Sunday, we're right back here on WGN. Cubs and the Reds from Cincinnati. Series finale, leadoff man show at noon Central. Corner men are in either on the grass or right at the edge, and that's pulled foul. Well, he hit that ball really hard. In about halfway up the middle. Special welcome to Florence Nagra, an 84-year-old Cub fan from Morris, Illinois, watching the game tonight. Our good friend Jim DeShays, who is a color analyst And the Astros broadcast wanted us to say hi to his daughter Libby. She's watching our broadcast from Washington, D.C. As Bourne takes the walk. That's the second one given up by Z. Speaking of daughters and sons, let's check out the Cubs minor league report. And congratulations, Pops.
Hey, hey.
Michael with his first pro home run.
Yeah, how about
Third to last game of the season.
Yeah, Mom and Dad were jumping around the apartment high-fiving last night. I bet the neighbors thought we were crazy.
Where did he hit it?
Straight away left field. I asked him, did you get it? Oh, yeah. Very exciting time for all those young men, but there's one I'm particularly interested in. He's had himself a great year. Congratulations, son.
We'll keep an eye on Iowa and Daytona and their respective playoff series, as Iowa will start tomorrow night and Daytona beginning tonight. 1-1 the count. Cubs want a double play to get out of this jam. First and third, one away.
And you know Michael Bourne would love to run over there at first base, but it's just so hard to get a jump on Carlos Zambrano, even for a premier base stealer like Michael Bourne.
Kick and the pitch pulled foul. Daytona trails 4-0 against Palm Beach. They're in the top of the fifth, but that game's being delayed. Might be tough to get all those games in with all the weather.
You know, all those tropical storms are lined up like planes at O'Hare, working their way toward the southeastern part of the United States.
That's a best of 3. Games 2 and 3 would be played in Jupiter against Palm Beach. Way inside, 2-2. Cubs lead 3-1. Bourne runs this time, and Soto couldn't get a handle on it. Number 35 for Bourne.
Well, you can do one of two things as a catcher on a pitch in the dirt when that runner's on the move. You can either block it to make sure that runner stays at third base and concede the stolen base, which is what Giovanni Soto does, or you can try to pick it clean and make that throw to second base. That time Gio went down to block it. I don't believe he realized he had it in his glove, but no chance to get Michael Bourne at second base once that pitch bounced.
So 3-2 is on the way, and they are loaded up for Tejada. Hey, music fans, Paul Weller, former frontman for the Jam and Style Councils, coming to the House of Blues Chicago Tuesday night, September 16th at 9 o'clock, part of the Bud Light Music Series. Tickets are available through Ticketmaster at 312-559-1212, Ticketmaster.com, or the House of Blues box office. Paul Weller, brought to you by Bud Light. Bud Light keeps it coming. Pitching coach Larry Rothschild headed back into the dugout. Jason Kidd right in that front row. Got his Cubs cap on. That's past Lee. And the Astros are going to get 2 to tie it. Miguel Tejada makes it 3-3.
Tejada's already had a good night with a double. Now a 2 RBI single down the right field line. In an odd kind of way, though, he's the guy you wanted at the plate in that situation with one out and the bases loaded. Tejada this year has grounded into 25 double plays, leading the National League. Only Vladimir Guerrero of the Angels has more double plays grounded into on the season, but that time found a hole down that first baseline to drive home 2.
Here's Berkman, first and third. Blown outside. He's up. Cubs with some action in their bullpen. It's like Angel Guzman, one of the September call-ups. Just foul. Cubs with a pretty stocked bullpen. They have 2 lefties and 8 righties. Not sure Sean Marshall would be available tonight after starting Sunday, and Chad Godin has had some back soreness, so he has been unavailable. Probably wouldn't see him until the weekend. It's now 14-13. The Braves just scored 4 times in the 6th after the Marlins scored 4 in the 5th. Pitch count building quickly. Big pitch, 2-2. Phillies leading the Nationals 4-0. They're in the bottom of the 8th. They're in the 5th now in Milwaukee. Mets 5, Brewers 5. Fun to scoreboard watch here as we get into a stretch drive here in early September. Berkman strikes out. That's a huge one for Z. Keeping the tying run at third base. Still not out of it as he faces Blum. But Berkman's now 0 for 3.
Well, that's a nasty pitch. That slider that starts over the inner third of the plate ends up way off the plate, down and in. Berkman swung right over the top of that pitch. From our Southwest RoboCam, the second out here in the inning. Well, I would think a lot of fans would look back at this 5th inning and say, yeah, well, the big hit was Tejada's double down the line, or rather a single down the line to drive home 2. But for me, the big hit was allowing Quintero to get a hittable pitch to lead off the inning. If you're able to retire Quintero leading off the inning, then you've got Brandon Backey at the plate with nobody on base. You like your chances, Big Z pitching against the opposing pitcher, and then you roll over to the top of the order, ideally with 2 outs in the inning. But a very hittable pitch to the Astros catcher, who refuses to take a walk, and that started this whole inning.
Shank foul, 1-1 on Blum. The White Sox and the Twins both trail in their games late. They started the night tied for first in the American League Central. Fontenot will get it, and he'll throw to Lee, and that's the inning. They do tie it, but they had him at the corners with only 1 out, and Z got out of it with no further damage.
Never-ending pasta bowl is going on.
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I had no idea.
Our never-ending pasta bowl is back with new tomato basil caprese. Pick any sauce and pasta combination, then another. Just $8.95. Have all you want.
This is a strawberry Pop-Tart. And this is the warm, fresh-baked taste of a strawberry toaster strudel. See the difference? Pillsbury Toaster Strudel. The one kids want to eat.
the power of pizza in a bite-sized snack. Totino's Pizza Rolls.
WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
Been a struggle here lately. It's 3-3. We've seen the offense get going with the extra base power, but the Astros, again, one of the hottest teams in baseball, and they're not going away. It's 3-3 as Mike Fontenot looks at ball one. I think we're both in on the adage, it's not who you play, it's when you play them. The Cubs have caught the Astros at the wrong time. Going back to yesterday, these two teams 6 games here over the next 2 weeks. The Cubs are hoping to cool off a team that's in 4th place, trying to play spoiler.
And you looked at this series with no Carlos Lee, and you know, going in, you thought that would work to the Cubs' advantage. But as we mentioned earlier in the game, Ty Wigginton has picked up the offensive slack, at least for the time being. Got a very well pitched game from Roy Oswalt yesterday. Really stifled the Cubs' offense.
And you look all around baseball. Didn't the Indians recently have a 10-game winning streak? I mean, everybody over the course of 6 months is going to get really hot for at least a short stretch, and they'll beat every team they play.
The Washington Nationals have won 7 in a row, 8 out of their last 10.
Fontenot starting the 5th with a base hit. And the Nationals with the longer winning streak, the longest in the league, right ahead of the Astros 6. Let's check out tonight's Honda Accord game summary. Visit your Honda dealer, test drive the all-new 268 horsepower Accord V6. See all those twos. 2 hits for Tejada, 2 RBIs. Pence with a couple of hits. Brandon Backey's given up 3 solo home runs. Carlos Zambrano, he's looked very sharp at times. Ran into some trouble in the top of this inning as the Astros tied it. Good start to the night for Lee, a single and a walk. Backey again having some issues with his shoes. Tim Burdack, a left-hander, and a right-hander has just started to play catch right next to him. Base hit left field, 2 on for Ramirez with nobody out. Fernando Nieve, a righty, alongside Burdack in the Astros pen.
Quintero's going to stall for a little bit of time here. I'm sure they're talking over strategy, how they want to face Aramis Ramirez in this tough situation. But more than anything else, this is a delay tactic to give those relievers a little more time to warm up down in that right field bullpen.
Big chance now for the Cubs to get the lead for the 3rd time. Started him with a changeup, and it was low. the pitch. Missed again.
Boy, the key to throwing those early count off-speed pitches is to throw one of them for a strike. When you miss with 2 consecutive off-speed pitches to go to 2-0, I mean, Ramos Ramirez is really sitting on a fastball now.
Dewey Robinson is out. And it's time for tonight's Cubs legendary moment, brought to you by the all-new Horseshoe Casino. May 6, 1998, 20-year-old Kerry Wood tied the Major League record with 20 strikeouts against the Houston Astros. One base hit that was an infield single by Ricky Gutierrez.
Got it! He ties the National League record. Here comes the hook. Got him! 20 strikeouts. He ties the Major League record. Unbelievable.
What a great moment it was, thanks to the all-new Horseshoe Casino, just 20 minutes from downtown Chicago. We understand that hit by Gutierrez is still under review.
I was just thinking all his infielders ran in there to hug Woody just because they had nothing else to do all afternoon except stand there and throw the ball around the horn after 20 strikeouts.
The 2-1 pitch, hit to right. Pence's first move was in. Now he goes back, and he catches it on the warning track. That's going to allow Fontenot to tag and head to third. Watch Kerry's hand shaking as he did the post-game interview right here on WGN.
Just a kid.
A lot of adrenaline. Yeah, I don't think it was nerves, just so pumped up. Can't even imagine what was going through his mind. He was not good in the bullpen before the start. You never would have known it.
I just remember watching that ball game on television with a lot of other people as the word started to get out. Kerry Wood's doing something amazing in Chicago, and I had never seen pitches do the things that his pitches were doing that day.
Cecil Cooper is out, and he's going to ask for Fernando Nieve. With runners at first and third, one out in the fifth, and a 3-3 tie.
Hey, I'm Jerry Springer, deep in the bowels of this great building, the fortress of television innovation. This bastion of broadcast excellence is protected by an elite staff of security professionals. Well, except for the guy they have here after hours.
This Friday, Jerry Springer drops by to offer a no-holds-barred look at his movie Ringmaster.
Your show sucks.
Enter the movie underground Friday night at 8 East 5 West, right here on WGN America. The men of TV are de-evolving from man of the house.
I am the king in my castle.
To man of the couch.
Haven't I heard of you?
You're not a cop, are you?
Just when you think it can't get any worse, these guys show up.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. That's my other brother Daryl.
Watch the men of classic TV go from sophisticated to sauced. Put your mind on rewind with Out of Sight Retro Night on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
Another tough outing for Brandon Backey. He's given up 3 home runs tonight, and he's now out. Tosses his glove and his hat. And he's hoping Fernando Nieve can get out of this jam here in the 5th. One out, first and third. Mark DeRosa at the plate. Nieve recalled yesterday from AAA Round Rock. He was just 2-5 with a 5.72. This will be his 5th appearance for the Astros here in 08. Tommy John surgery, missed most of last season. 1 ball, no strikes. He grew up playing ball with Ronnie Cedeno and Carlos Zambrano's brother, Yormis. Tejada to Newhan, and they turn it. A double play, 6-4-3. So Nieve escapes. We're still tied at 3.
How many years have you been lying to me? A total freak.
I've smoked pot.
You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
Just this room, wall-to-wall in teal.
Exactly. And, you know, if you got a little extra carpet lying around, there might be a little something extra. For you, honey.
I'll see what I have. Hey, you're home early. What do you think?
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
Very easy, honey.
Emmett, your gray facial hair has put you in a rocking chair. Your beard is weird. Just for Men Gel.
Gets rid of gray in 5 easy minutes.
His edge is back. He scores! Just for men. Keep your edge.
I'm Mr. T, and this is my night elf mohawk.
Cut, T, there's no such thing as a night elf mohawk.
Shut up, fool! Like I was saying, my mohawk storms through mighty forests on his frost saber. My mohawk...
T, it's a warrior, not a mohawk.
Well, maybe Mr. T hacked the game and created a mohawk class. Maybe Mr. T's pretty handy with computers. Had that occurred to you, Mr. Condescending Director? I'm Mr. T, and I'm a night elf mohawk. What's your game?
World of Warcraft. Try it for free at warcraft.com.
Rated T.
Wednesday on WGN America, it's a matinee special as the White Sox close out the series in Seatown against Sizemore and Cleveland. Wednesday at noon Eastern on WGN America.
Not exactly sure what's going on here, but Carlos is out.
Yeah, Lou came out right after DeRosa grounded into that double play to end the inning. He immediately came out to talk to Field and Colbert, the home plate umpire, who then went over and talked to Cecil Cooper. Bob Howery continued to warm up in the bullpen the entire time and now has come onto the field and will take over for Carlos Zambrano.
I guess one of the clues will be how many warm-up tosses Howery gets. If he gets more than normal, what is it, 8?
8 is a normal amount of warm-up pitches between innings.
And it could be an injury. Z threw 86 pitches through 5, gave up 3 runs on 5 hits.
This is where Lou came out after the DeRosa double play to end the inning. Talked it over with Field and Colbreth, and this is after Field and Colbreth had talked to Cecil Cooper, so Lou waves over to the Astros bench.
Well, the thing is, there are no other changes, so it's not like he came out to make a double switch. Well, Bob is ready, so if he got more than the allotted 8, he didn't take many more, if any. So we'll find out. 55 strikes among the 86 pitches for Zambrano.
Well, he wasn't as sharp as we've seen him in some of his starts earlier this season, but the good news is no signs of that dead arm that had caused him to have his start pushed back a couple of days. This is one of the best fastballs we've seen Zambrano throw in a long time.
Well, there's no question something was going on with regards to Zambrano, because Bob Howery wasn't even summoned until very late during that between-inning break. Outside corner strike. It's 1-1 on Pence, who's 2 for 2 So those streaks at the plate for Zambrano come to an end, but that's the last thing on everybody's mind right now. He went 0 for 2. His career-high 8-game hit streak, the RBI streak, which spanned 8 consecutive starts, and the 13 consecutive start hit streak, all coming to a close. And we just hope nothing's going on with him physically. He's 2-1. Now it's 2-2. I thought the best Z looked was right off the bat. I mean, he was throwing 94 right in the first inning.
And pounding away at the corners. Good movement on the sinking fastball when he threw that pitch.
That's cranked deep to straightaway center. Edmonds is already on the track. He's going to leap. He can't get it. In and out of the vines. Pence is already at third base. Something else came out of the vines. It might be another ball or 2 baseballs that came out of the vines. That's a leadoff triple. He is a home run away from the cycle. We've seen that a lot here lately.
And ball lofted high in the air to straightaway center field on an inner third fastball. And man, I'll tell you what, Hunter Pence, we've talked about his speed throughout this season. This guy can run with anybody in baseball. Still not an accomplished base stealer. And there you see that second ball popping out of the vines as Edmonds did his best to try to climb those vines and make the catch.
Bob, I think he threw the other ball. Is it possible that he actually threw the ball that was already in the vines? That first one might have gotten caught up top. Unless I'm seeing things, he might have thrown a BP baseball back to the infield.
Well, he had to play it because there was a ball that came out of the vines, and certainly the umpires, from their vantage point, couldn't tell whether it was the ball that was struck by Hunter Pence or whether it was another baseball. But there was 2 balls laying there on the track. You got to pick one of them up.
I'm telling you. Now watch where the ball goes in. Okay? Just keep your eye on that ball. All right. No, it was the ball.
Yeah.
It was the ball. But there was another one right at the top. Wow.
Like an Easter egg hunt out there.
Well, it was crazy there. That ball rolled all the way down the vines. The 2-0 pitch. Base hit, 4-3. David Newhan with his second RBI.
David Newhan swinging aggressively in this ball game. That pitch is off the plate away, and he hooks it back to the right side of the infield, gets it past Mike Fontenot for an RBI.
Bunted foul by Quintero. A leadoff triple and an RBI single, and the Astros have their first lead of the night. We've seen some strange ones in this series. You had the ball hit by Tejada that ricocheted off the top of the wall and left yesterday all the way through the Cubs bullpen back toward the infield. That ended up being a triple. And tonight, Hunter Pence hitting one off the top of the wall in center. It rolled down the vines. Edmonds picked it up. And as the ball hit the track, another baseball came out of the ivy. Yeah, Pence's speed has made a big difference tonight. Beat out an infield single on a ball that was hit very hard to short in the 4th, and easily got to third on the triple this inning.
Well, Pence is very much a work in progress as a base stealer. Stolen 8 bases on the season. He's been caught 9 times, including once in the ball game last night in a 1st and 3rd situation with 2 outs where he ran into the tag at second base. But with his speed, you have to figure if he's a coachable young man, he'll figure it out at some point in the very near future. Anything but a strike. Throw him a high fastball, throw him a slider off the plate low and away, throw him a fastball off the plate low and away. Don't throw him a strike.
And again, the role's a little bit up in the air right now in the bullpen because of the Chad Godin back injury. We saw Michael Wirtz yesterday in his return from the minors. We saw Angel Guzman up earlier tonight. Terrio, diving stop. Can he get an out? No. Good job just to eat it. He was on his back. Remember a throw earlier this year from his back that passed second base. And Quintero with an infield single.
Boy, just not a good pitch from Bob Howry. Once again, I hate to belabor the point, but you've got a free swinger, the definition of a free swinger at the plate. That pitch is right down the middle of the plate on a 1-2 count. Terrio wisely hung on to that ball. That had throwing error written all over it, trying to throw from his back onto Mike Fondo to try to get the force play at second base. Just hang on to that one.
Reggie Abercrombie will bat for Nieve. Well, unfortunately, Zambrano's night ended early, but we want to answer our AT&T text poll question. Do you enjoy watching Carlos pitch or hit? 55% said they like to watch him hit more. See what's new at the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details. There's Michael Wirtz up in the Cubs bullpen. Here's Abercrombie pinch hitting. First and second, no outs, and the Astros already lead 4-3. Cubs are expecting a bunt. Pulls it back, takes ball 1.
Boy, don't be surprised if Cecil Cooper takes that bunt off. However, Reggie Abercrombie 3 for 9 as a pinch hitter this year with a couple of home runs off the bench.
Former Florida Marlin. His contract purchased from AAA Round Rock on August 10th. Second stint here with the Astros. 2-0. Astros got Abercrombie on waivers from Florida last October. Strike 1. This game in the hands of both bullpens. Backey went 4 1/3. Zambrano went 5. Pulled it back again. It's 3-1. Fans are getting restless. Bourne on deck. Walked, stole a base, and scored in the 5th. Ball 4, and they're loaded up.
Boy, Abercrombie really pulled that bat back late. Giovanni Soto asked for an appeal down to Jim Reynolds at first base.
The thing is, I think he pulled it back, but it was after he punched it.
Yeah, kind of took a little jab out there where he thought the ball was going to be. When he realized that it was out of the strike zone, he pulled it back very late.
So everybody in against Bourne. Swing and the miss on a fastball. A huge problem here for Bob Howry and the Cubs. They already trail 4-3. Top of the order now with the bases full and no outs. The 0-1 pitch off the glove of Howry, and it kicks into center, and the Astros are going to get a couple. Newhan and Quintero both score.
Boy, with that infield drawn in, no range for Ryan Theriot or Mike Fontenot to get to that ball. Once it gets past Bob Howry, that's a base hit into center field.
And that'll be it for Bob as Michael Wirtz will come on. Still nobody out. It's 6-3 Houston.
Like the ad says, there's hardwood floors throughout.
Nice.
Hey, you want a Bud Light?
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. I splitting the rent. There's more money for Bud Light.
Great.
Ready to see your room?
Yeah.
Hey, roomies, say hi to Brian.
The thing is,
make yourself at home.
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
That chili is not sitting well.
The summer's coming to an end. But the fun doesn't have to.
Hi.
they're kidding, right?
No, I'm not joking.
Catch the Back to Cool weekend on WGN America this weekend. Brought to you in part by Pillsbury Toaster Strudel. You don't have to be smarter than a fifth grader to know Toaster Strudel's the one kids want to eat. Join the Night Watchman as he secures the fortress in an ongoing quest to keep it safe from mediocre television. Travel deep down to the movie underground to screen another movie mind fresh from the vaults. Friday, Jerry Springer drops by to offer a no-holds-barred look at his movie Ringmaster.
This is TV you can't ignore.
You can't miss this one. Enter the movie underground Friday night at 8 East 5 West right here on WGN America.
Totally unacceptable.
Michael Wirtz appearing for the second straight day. First and second, no outs. The Astros have scored 3 times to take a 6-3 lead, and it's Ty Wigginton, who's been eerily quiet to start the series. He wasn't quiet at all in August. Abercrombie at second. Bourne is at first. Newhan and Bourne with the RBIs in the inning. Bourne knocked in 2 with a single. Of baseball, Michael faced 3 batters yesterday and got 4 outs because Hunter Pence was caught stealing to end the 8th, and then Wirtz went 1-2-3 in the 9th. I suppose you could pitch a whole inning without facing a batter. Come in with the bases loaded and have all 3 guys get picked off. Needs to throw a strike, and a quality one. It's 3-1 on Ty Wigginton. Here it is. They're full again. While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Travel deep down to the movie underground to screen another movie, mind fresh from the vaults. The Movie Underground, Friday night at 8 East 5 West on WGN America.
Three on for Tejada. Ground ball to Terrio. He'll get it to Fontenot. They turn the double play. The Astros, however, get their 7th run. Tejada will not be credited with an RBI.
Exactly what you want when you're looking for a double play. A hard hit ball right at one of your middle infielders. Terrio handles it flawlessly. Strong relay throw by Fontenot to turn the double play. However, as you mentioned, Astros tack on another run.
So Bourne is at third. He's the only base runner left. And it's Berkman, who had a lot of trouble against Zambrano again tonight, 0 for 3. Smothered by Soto.
This could possibly be Michael Wirtz's last hitter if he doesn't retire him. Jeff Blum, the on-deck hitter, a switch hitter. Much more accomplished as a lefty.
Wirtz gets over to first, gets the throw from Lee, and they get out of the inning. But not before the Astros get 4 runs to take a 7-3 lead.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer.
You just randomly out there. What was that?
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Every sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Goodbye, Mr. Made Up of Different Stuff guy.
Alex Klein is a real Geico customer, not a paid celebrity. So to help tell his story, we hired that guy who does those funny sound effects.
My car was totaled over 1,000 miles from home. So I called Geico. And in less than 10 business hours, I got a check for a new car.
Geico. Real service, real savings.
He brought you the producers and Blazing Saddles.
Please, don't make a fuss.
Now, Mel Brooks takes on the final frontier.
Spaceballs?
There goes the planet. Hang on to your helmet. For a sci-fi spoof that's out of this world.
Give me paw!
John Candy and Rick Moranis co-star.
Evil will always triumph because good is dumb.
Spaceballs.
Thursday at 8 on WGN America.
WGN America, your summertime home for baseball.
Time for tonight's Bud Light Fan Cam. Here come the Hawks. It's Blackhawks night here at Wrigley Field.
Here come the Hawks, the mighty Blackhawks. Take the attack, yeah, and we'll back you, Blackhawks. You're flying high now, so let's wrap it up. Let's go, you Hawks. Move on. Now all the Hawks. Here come the Hawks. Here comes the Hawks. Here they come, moving, weaving, flying high and throwing straight. Blades, flashing sticks.
keeps it coming. Blackhawks All-Star defenseman Brian Campbell recently signed to an 8-year contract. Will lead the crowd and take me out to the ball game coming up in the middle of the 7th. Tim Burdak, who was born in Oak Lawn, Illinois, taking over here in the last of the 6th. Nieve, who coached the 6-4-3 double play ball to get out of the 5th, now can get a win in relief. A long way to go. The Cubs are down 4 runs as Edmonds fouls back. It's off the outside corner. Burdak lives in Lockport. Well, they're ready to rumble.
Some of the fear factor's gone when you have to wear your glasses on the outside of the mask. It kind of loses some of the effect. Sure, that's a wrestler or a superhero.
He's run it full. Soto on deck. Burdak went to Rice University. So did Lance Berkman. Maybe those guys are Tim Burdak fans with the glasses.
There you go. Is it the Rice Owls?
Yeah.
Kind of an odd nickname for a college, don't you think? The Owls?
I would agree. Knocked the bat out of the hands of Edmonds as he'll take his base with a walk. I mean, that's not as tough as the Golden Eagles. The Bobcats.
That's right. Takes ball 4 up and in. Very nearly got a piece of Jim Edmonds right there, but the Cubs will gladly take that leadoff runner down at first base.
That's one that almost hurts because you're anticipating the pain. It's so close and on the hands. And we saw Carlos Lee broke his finger as he got plunked by Bronson Arroyo in early August. Chris Sampson, sinker baller up for the Astros. We have Guzman up again for the Cubs as the pitcher spot could come up in this inning. Driven to right. That's deep. Pence is already back at the wall. He's going to leap. Can't get it. Edmonds hustling to third. It's a double. So Soto's a triple away from the cycle. He's 3 for 3. Pence used his speed to get all the way back to the wall as quickly as he could, but he couldn't catch it.
Ball hit like a bullet to the opposite field. That's a fastball down the middle of the plate. Gio with a big swing caught it right on the barrel of the bat. Got great carry to right field. Chases Pence all the way back to the door in straightaway right field. Cubs really have it cooking now.
Terrio hits a ground ball. Fair! They're going to get 2 to have the opposite. That's a double for Terrio, 7-5. And Reed Johnson will come up as a pinch hitter.
Well, you're playing right into Ryan Terrio's strength. When you throw him a fastball on the outside corner, he just shoots that ball down into the right field corner. Turns it into an easy double. Cubs score a couple, and nobody out with Terrio in scoring position.
So here comes Cecil Cooper. Well, yesterday we talked about the Cubs' big comeback in the late 80s, trailing these Astros by 9. They came into this inning down 4, and they're now only trailing by 2. Sampson coming in. We'll be back. That ball's gone. A home run. Sox win. Sox win. Yes. Cubs win. They win it. Oh, baby.
The summer's coming to an end. No! But the fun doesn't have to.
Hi.
They're kidding, right?
No, I'm not joking.
Catch the Back to Cool weekend on WGN America this weekend. Brought to you in part by Pillsbury Toaster Strudel. You don't have to be smarter than a 5th grader to know Toaster Strudel's the one kids want to eat.
Somebody. You just randomly out. No, you were so jealous. What was that?
It's nothing. Yeah, nothing at all.
Sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Goodbye, Mr. Made Up of Different Stuff guy.
Here's Chris Sampson with a runner at second base, nobody out. This is turning into a wild night here at Wrigley Field. It's 7-5 Astros.
See the numbers for Sampson on this season. Reed Johnson will pinch hit for the pitcher spot. Lou had some options here. He could have gone with any of his left-handed pinch hitters, Fukudome, Hoffpower, Ward, or even the switch hitter Coy Hill. But Reed Johnson 2 for 2 lifetime against Chris Sampson, so he chooses to go with the guy that he's used in this situation many times this year.
Sampson has inherited 23 base runners. He has stranded 22. Fans are back in it. And the pitch to Johnson. Ball 1.
Reed Johnson with a pinch hit home run this season to go along with that .278 batting average off the bench.
Sampson has not given up a run of his last 6 outings, covering 7 2/3 innings. A look at the runner. Now the pitch. Ground ball, backhanded by Jeff Blum, and he's going to get Johnson. A nice defensive play.
Well, that's too bad. Reed Johnson making a bid for extra bases down that third baseline. Jeff Blum makes a nice backhanded stop, quickly gets to his feet. Quick check of the runner at second base and a strong throw on to first just to get Reed Johnson.
No action in the Astros pen. It's empty. Sampson, the third reliever to work in the last 2 innings. The Cubs have Guzman and Marmol up in their pen.
You would assume it would be Guzman should the score remain the same. If Cubs would happen to tie it up or take a lead, you probably see Carlos Marmol.
Well, those bullpen catchers will get really busy in September. With the added arms in the pen, you can get guys up a lot sooner. Got the slider over for a strike to make it 1-1. Neil Kotz is protecting the bullpen. He's facing home plate. He always had one guy out there in case of a foul ball, swing and a miss. Well, Neil was loosening earlier on the mound. So Neil has to keep one eye on the pitches coming from the bullpen and another eye on the pitches in the game. The 1-2. It's low.
You can tell that Humberto Quintero behind home plate has been working with Brad Ausmus on that blocking technique. Very relaxed. No panic whatsoever. Drops the glove down into the 5-hole. Keeps his bare hand behind his back and squares it up right in the middle of the chest protector.
Long pause, and now Sampson fakes towards second base, drawing the ire of the crowd.
Oh, and on that fake to second base, Quintero had jumped way on the inside part of the plate, and Soriano looked back immediately. Hitters on a pickoff attempt, a lot of them, the first thing they do is to take a peek behind to see where the catcher was set up. Of course, if Quintero knew that Sampson was going to fake to second, that may have all been a decoy to Alfonso Soriano. If you know you've called a pickoff attempt from your catcher's position, you want to set up on the opposite corner where you plan to throw the next pitch, just to try to throw that hitter off a little bit. And indeed, they do go away with another breaking ball. Soriano able just to get a piece. Our Nissan drive of the game came early today. Alfonso Soriano leading off the bottom half of the first inning. Touched one deep to the bleachers in left field. One of 3 solo home runs the Cubs have hit in this ball game.
Flags all around the ballpark are not moving. No wind at all. Fans are up. It's 3-2 on Alfonso. Terrio, the runner, at second. Here's a pitch. Fair. Blum with another backhand, and he gets Soriano. 2 very nice plays by Jeff Blum. That ball went right over third base. Kind of hoping it hit the bag.
How did it not hit the bag? That ball was right down the stripe. I thought sure that ball was going to hit the base and ricochet straight up in the air. You'll get another look at it here. Soriano with that topspin grounder just took a hop right over the bag into the glove of Jeff Blum, who showcases that strong throwing arm once again to get Soriano at first base. Heads up base running by Ryan Terrio, anticipating that long throw from behind the bag at third all the way across the diamond. Waited until Blum released the ball, and then he advanced on to third.
Mike Fontenot is 1 for 3. Slow curve called a strike. We need some symmetry. It's 14-14 in Florida. Braves and the Marlins. How about 7-7 here? How about 7-6? Esposito singles into center. Derek Lee coming up. 3 in after the Astros got 4.
Momentum stealer inning for the Cubs. Astros put 4 runs on the board in the top half of the 6th. The Cubs came right back and so far have scored 3 here in the bottom half of the inning.
Fastball pulled outside. Still tied in Milwaukee at 5 as they play the top of the 8th. Eric Gagne working for the Brewers again tonight. Good rip, 1-1. Gagne took the loss yesterday, gave up 3 runs. Will throw to second to Newhand to get out of the inning. Cubs aren't all the way back, but they helped themselves a lot by scoring 3 times after the Astros got 4. It's now 7-6. Houston as we go to the 7th.
It's a matinee special as the White Sox close out the series in Seatown against Sizemore and Cleveland. Wednesday at noon Eastern on WGN America.
Like the ad says, there's hardwood floors throughout.
Nice.
Hey, you want a Bud Light?
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. By splitting the rent, there's more money for Bud Light.
Great.
Ready to see your room?
Yeah.
Hey, roomies, say hi to Brian.
The thing is,
make yourself at home.
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
That chili is not sitting well.
The dog says, whoa, 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 whoa. And the cat says, yeah. And the duck says, quack, quack. And the turkey says,
The turkey definitely says oven roasted turkey on crispy warm panini bread. One of the new iron grilled sandwiches at Dairy Queen.
When my doctor told me I had to lower my cholesterol, I was shocked. I worried about the foods I'd have to eat. But you do what you have to.
My wife insists I eat whole grain oats to help lower my cholesterol. I made the commitment for her.
I was told eating certain foods can help lower my cholesterol. I guess it's a sacrifice I have to make.
Honey Nut Cheerio cereal tastes great and can help lower cholesterol.
No one said it would be easy.
Be happy, be healthy.
Can you imagine watching your first place Cubs from the front row at Wrigley Field? Now you can. Visit Cubs.com. Click on the CBOE front row seats auction to bid on tickets in the front row behind home plate and along the first base line. The auctions for the last 2 home series against the Brewers and the Cardinals will start on Thursday. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action and cheer your favorite Cubs from the very front row. Great to see Angel Guzman back on a big league mound for the first time since June 1st of 2007. Coming off Tommy John surgery just under a year ago. Activated from the 60-day disabled list prior to yesterday. Made his major league debut in 06.
7 total rehab appearances for Angel Guzman. All in all was 1-0 with a 1.59 ERA. Gave up only 3 earned runs in 17 innings pitched.
Fastball, curve, slider, changeup. He'll sink the fastball. He's always had great stuff. It's just been remaining healthy. That's been his biggest issue. The Cubs need to find a way to Stop the bleeding here as the Astros scored twice in the 5th to tie it, 4 in the 6th to take the lead. The offense keeping them in it with 3 to make it 7-6. Swing and the miss. The igniter coming up with a 2-run double and later scored that 6th run.
You could read his lips. He was asking Mike Fontenot, what was that? You know, they haven't played behind Angel Guzman for a while. He may have done something a little different with his pitches, and Ryan Theriot trying to figure out what that last pitch was.
Thinking it was probably a sinking fastball. It was at 91. Derek will step on first. 1 out.
Depending on the movement on the pitch and the velocity of the pitch, that will change where those middle infielders position themselves. They may cheat 1 step to their left or 1 step to their right, anticipating the movement on a particular pitch. So it's very important those guys know what pitch is coming and what it's likely to do as it gets into the hitting zone.
Here's Hunter Pence. Doubled in the 2nd. An infield single in the 4th, a triple in the 6th. And he drives this ball toward the right field corner, but it'll be caught by DeRosa.
Long run for Mark DeRosa as Pence makes a bid for extra bases once again down into that corner, but those long loping strides allow D-Row to get there and make it a relatively easy play.
Blackhawks defenseman Brian Campbell getting ready for the 7th inning stretch. And as Newhand steps in, he's knocked in a couple tonight. On the fastball, but it missed for ball 2. Theriot won't get it, neither will Edmonds. Perfectly placed as Newhand served it into center for a 2nd straight hit. There are 2 landing points batters think about. One is over the fence. The other one's over the infielders and in front of the outfielders. You see a lot of swings in batting practice. They're trying to accomplish what Newhand just did. Not easy. You don't have to hit them all that hard. I don't know what the game is called. I think it's called 3-2. Can have a little fun and extra hitting, where basically you come up, bases loaded, 3-2 count on every batter, and then wherever you hit it, you basically say that's a base hit, that would be an out. Don't have any defenders, but you just try to figure out if it would have dropped.
Well, those are some of the most fun times you have around a batting cage, arguing over whether a batted ball would have been a hit or the defense would have made a play. Usually one of the coaches is the judge or umpire in that game, sitting on the batting cage and making his calls as balls are put into play, and there always arguments depending on the call.
And guys make outs on fastballs at 58 miles an hour. On Quintero with Darren Erstad on deck and Doug Brocail, the veteran righty, up in their pen. Angels signed with the Cubs as a minor league free agent in November of 1999. Contract was voided with the Kansas City Royals. He originally signed with them out of Venezuela. He walks Quintero, and here comes Erstad.
Well, I stand corrected. I said earlier Quintero was nearly impossible to walk. We just saw him do something he'd only done 2 times all season. Take a base on balls.
Well, the Cubs tonight set a club record. They reached 3 million fans here at Wrigley Field, faster than any season in franchise history. 74th home date. The previous record was set last year in the 75th home date. 39,846 this evening. So the season total 3,014,301. Nice going, fans. Best atmosphere in baseball, if not all of sports. The Cubs are averaging 40,734 per home date, with 7 left after tonight. That's in the regular season. That's in the dirt. Ball 1 on Erstad. So the Cubs have gone over 3 million in home attendance in each of the last 5 years. Going back to 2004 when the Cubs got to 3 million for the first time in Wrigley Field history. Back to Guzman. Nice play. And we'll sing the stretch with Brian Campbell.
Tonight's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game is Chicago Blackhawks star defenseman Brian Campbell.
All right, Cubs fans, let's hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and crackers. Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Root for. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's we're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs, Cubbies.
Okay, so I've done the math on this never-ending pasta bowl. 42 different sauce and pasta combinations.
Well, you do the math. I'm doing the Alfredo.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl with new Asiago garlic Alfredo. Pick any sauce and pasta combination, then another. Just $8.95 at Olive Garden.
The summer's coming to an end. But the fun doesn't have to.
Hi.
They're kidding, right?
No, I'm not joking.
Catch the Back to Cool weekend on WGN America this weekend. Brought to you in part by Pillsbury Toaster Strudel. You don't have to be smarter than a 5th grader to know Toaster Strudel's the one kids want to eat.
Just think about it. Get it?
Bottom of the 7th, Doug Brocail is on for the Astros to face Aramis Ramirez, Mark DeRosa, Jim Edmonds. It's 7-6 Houston, and we're with Blackhawks defenseman Brian Campbell. 2-time All-Star. Signed an 8-year contract over the summer. Brian, first of all, welcome to Chicago, and you did a great job with the 7th inning stretch tonight. It sounds like you've been here, coming here every day.
Yeah, it was a little better than the pitch, but you know, I'm excited. I love sports, and this is my 3rd game. You know, being here Saturday, and then once this summer, I can't wait for the playoffs and for the Hawk season to start as well.
And we're excited about it. And catch Blackhawks hockey right here on WGN Sports coming up this fall. And what I want to know is, did anybody in the ballpark, either tonight or previously, say, hey, Matt Murden's here? Got the Cubs uniform on. He kind of looked like Matt a little bit.
Oh,
right
yeah?
here.
No, nobody said that to me yet.
He's now in the Oakland system as Pence will camp underneath. And you mentioned the first pitch. Unfortunately, Brian, we have videotape.
Really?
Yeah, I've got the perfect excuse for you, though. In your line of work, you try to shoot the puck past the goalie. So, you know.
I was just going to throw it hard, but the good thing is the ball's scuffed up now, so they know that it's, you know, a game-used ball or a first pitch. So now I'll have that in my room at home.
You can throw the pitches as wildly as you want. Just make sure those slap shots are right on the net, right?
Exactly, man. Yeah.
So you get things going here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, 19th and then the 20th first day on ice, and I think the first game exhibition game is 22nd. So
here's DeRosa, that's low and outside. Well, first of all, you signed on July 1st. What intrigued you about the Blackhawks?
It's an organization that wants to win.
In the air to right, this will be Pence again.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that they want to win, and you know, they're going to put people in the crowd. I wanted to be in a hockey city, and now I'm in a hockey city plus a sports town in Buffalo. We obviously had the Bills and the Sabres, and it's not too far from home for my family to come down, my parents and my brothers. So that means a lot. So they've supported me and done so much for my whole life that for them to enjoy it as well is great for me.
2 down in the inning. Jim Edmonds at the plate. He hits a drive deep to left. Back near the wall. Gone! Tie game! It's 7-7. Jim Edmonds comes through with his 17th homer. Boy, that didn't take long. They were down 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th. They got 3 in that inning. 1 here in the 7th, and we're back to even. We just got it out. Here's Soto. Ball 1. He shoots, he scores.
Yeah, I was up here for the radio interview. They scored 3 and now 1 this inning. So,
well, we had Bobby Hall up here in the booth with us in the bottom of the 7th earlier this year, and the Cubs made a huge comeback against the Rockies.
Jim Edmonds with his 17th bomb of the season, his first hit in 7 at-bats against Doug Brocail, and it was a big one. Our Southwest, how far did it fly? 365 feet.
Well, Jim knew that it was gone right off the bat. He just got enough of it. It's his first home run since August 13th in Atlanta, when he went deep against Charlie Morton. Right back to the pitcher, Brocail. Brian Campbell can't wait for the Blackhawks season to start. Going to be a very exciting fall here with the Cubs. Hopefully headed toward the playoffs. Blackhawks, a lot of playoff hopes. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Len. Thanks, Bob, for everything. So.
Here come the Hawks, the mighty.
How many years have you been lying to me?
A total freak. I've smoked pot.
You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
Hello, may I help you?
Yes, Clyde and Keith to see Emmett Smith. Emmett, your gray facial hair has put you in a rocking chair.
Your beard is weird.
Your stash is trash. Oh, it's bad.
Just for Men Gel penetrates tough gray and puts it away in 5 easy minutes. His edge is back.
He's right on track.
Backfield in motion.
He moves and grooves.
He scores. Just for Men Gel. Keep your edge.
Hey, mister, are you going to the laundry room?
I was.
It's a dead zone. Reception is terrible, and calls go away for all eternity.
I have the Verizon network.
You good?
That's cool.
We test our network every day to be America's most reliable. Verizon Wireless. Get the exclusive pink BlackBerry Curve or the BlackBerry Pearl, now just $79.99.
This is a football stadium in Buffalo, and Brian Campbell participated in the outdoor game this past season with the Sabres. Yeah, he's excited to be a part of the Red Wings and Blackhawks this coming New Year's Day here at Wrigley Field. So the atmosphere was unbelievable. A little snow, good stuff.
That's probably the way he played the game as a kid, on a lake somewhere. Snow flying everywhere.
Well, a program note to our Chicago area viewers. Don't forget the series premiere of the all-new show 90210 immediately follows the WGN News tonight. And I understand you could win more than $9,000 just for watching 90210 tonight. So keep it right here. Well, Jim Edmonds has been taken out after tying the game with a home run because of where the order is currently. As Kosuke comes into play center field, and Carlos Marmol will pitch. Fukudome will bat ninth, meaning he'll hit second in the bottom of the eighth. And Marmol goes into Edmonds' slot, which is sixth in the lineup as Bourne pops it up. Ramirez goes over near his dugout, and he'll get it. Getting a little help from that's Mike Quaddy down there on the top step, telling him you have some room.
You expect to get help in front of your own dugout. You certainly don't expect it if you have to go on that first base side. Ramirez tracking that ball off the bat. He can feel that warning track under his feet. Takes a quick peek to see where the railing was, and there you see Mike Quaddy right in the background helping him out.
Fouled off. We enjoyed our chat with Brian Campbell. Nice guy.
It does remind you a little bit of Matt Merton with the Cubs jersey on.
Doug Brocail, he gave up the game-tying homer after getting a couple of fly ball outs to start the bottom of the seventh. Big swing by Wigginton. 0-2 the count. Marmol has allowed 3.86 hits per 9 innings. That leads the majors, with pitchers garnering at least 50 innings of work. No pitcher in Major League history has allowed fewer than 4 hits per 9 innings, with at least 50 innings. Got him. Called strike 3 on a nasty slider.
From our Southwest RoboCam, he throws his slider so hard with such velocity. Even if you know it's coming, it's tough to stay in there and put a good swing on it. Sometimes Wigginton had ideas about chasing that pitch, but couldn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, Elias reporting the all-time record in that department is held by Eric Gagne, 4.04 hits per 9 innings. Marmol could shatter that record. He's ahead of Tejada, 0-1. Flails at strike 2. They stand again here at Wrigley Field. The 0-2 pitch way outside. 1-2 pitch. The Brewers are batting in the bottom of the ninth. Tied 5-5 with the Mets. No question we're keeping a close watch on this one, which is 7-7 in the 8th. Here's a 1-2 again. Check swing. They'll ask down at first base, and Jim Reynolds said he held. It's 2-2.
Looked like Tejada may have injured himself there, checking his swing on another nasty slider just off the plate away. Yeah, he was clearly able to hold up, but that check swing puts a lot of strain, especially on the bottom wrist, in this case the left wrist of Miguel Tejada.
The end of the bat, Terrio will easily get it. And Marmol works a 1-2-3 top of the 8th. Terrio, Fukudome, Soriano in the last of the inning. Coming up.
The day begins the same as it has every day for over 130 years. With generations of brewmasters still hand-selecting the finest hops and 2- and 6-row barley. With a stubborn commitment to an age-old recipe, which costs so much to brew and age. It's a tradition of quality we'll always stand by. Some things aren't meant to change. Some things never will.
Lose your house in a fire? Suddenly you feel like you're living out there on your own. Good thing there's Farmers Insurance. A designated farmers relocation expert helps get your family into suitable temporary housing and arranges for furniture, housewares, even additional living expenses. Contact a local agent and shield yourself with Farmers. Now when you combine home, auto, and life insurance, you could save an average of $522.
Why let heartburn stop you when you can stop heartburn? Just one Zantac with a cool mint sensation can knock it out all day or all night for strong, lasting relief. Heartburn? Attack it. Zantac.
It's not a dream. You are not hallucinating. You're witnessing the metamorphosis of a new network. WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
Takes on the final frontier for a sci-fi spoof that's out of this world. Spaceballs.
Thursday at 8.
Well, Carlos Marmol was at his best tonight, and that's saying something considering the year he's had. Brocail for his second inning of work. Terrio. Blum even with a base down at third.
Yeah, Blum actually started about 2 or 3 steps in front of the baseline at third, but Doug Brocail yelled over at him to play back. Brocail's a pretty good fielder, gets off that mound well. He'll take the bunts on the left side of the field.
Bob, it's over in Florida. The Braves losing streak in 1-run decisions on the road is intact because they won by 2.
16-14.
Yeah, 16-14. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Jeez.
So the Braves a winner. They got 2 in the 9th. The Phillies beat the Nationals 4-0 to end the Nats winning streak. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And they are going Astros. About an hour and a half north of here. It's 5-5. Mets and the Brewers. Now Kosuke started the game on the bench. He's now playing center. Came in as part of a double switch. Good numbers in limited duty as a pinch hitter. This will land foul in the bullpen. Kerry Wood is up in the pen. Nice play by Corey Miller on the carom. Kale is now allowed a home run in each of his last 2 appearances. Albert Pujols got him in their last series against St. Louis. Jim Edmonds tying it up with 2 outs in the 7th tonight.
Or that last pitch to Fukudome is the kind that gets hit out of the ballpark. An 0-2 breaking ball that Quintero wanted down in the dirt, and Brocail threw it right over the heart of the plate, belt high.
Francisco Rodriguez got his 54th save as the Angels scored a run in the 9th and held off the Tigers 5-4. Boston blew out the Orioles 14-2. The White Sox lost at Cleveland 9-3, but the Twins also a loser tonight, 7-5 in Toronto. So the Blue Jays helping out the White Sox. Still a tie atop the AL Central. 3-2. He's run it full. Soriano on deck. Go-ahead run is on base.
Here's tonight's Too Much Good Stuff, brought to you by AM/PM. It started with Alfonso Soriano leading off the bottom half of the first with a solo homer. Mark DeRosa matches that, as does Giovanni Soto, and most recently Jim Edmonds with his 17th home run of the year to left field to tie this ball game up. Too much good stuff. The solo homers. Thank you, AM/PM.
Runner at first, 1 out. Ball 1. Yankees beat the Rays 7-2. Mike Mussina with his 17th win. A-Rod hit his 30th. Xavier Nady his 22nd. That helps Boston get within 4 in the American League East. Hitters count 2-0. Yankees are still 7 out in the wild card race. The kick and the pitch missed again. Mike Fontenot's next. That's a strike. Not a great strike, but it was in the zone. 3-1.
Backup slide to the state in the middle of the plate. Damn. Just below the belt.
Ball 4. He's walked back-to-back hitters. Dewey Robinson heading out. Cardinals leading at Arizona 5-0. St. Louis has dropped 4 straight. And the Dodgers leading at home over the Padres 4-0. They're in the bottom of the 4th. That game in Arizona is in the 6th.
Quick congratulations to my old roommate Max Venable and his wife Molly. Their son William called up to the big leagues with the Padres this week. Hit a triple in his first major league at bat. William was a two-sport star at Princeton, played basketball and baseball. Congratulations, William, on your first big league knock, and congratulations to Max and Molly. But pretty apparent Brocail didn't want to give in to Alfonso Soriano right there, throwing him breaking balls throughout the entire at-bat. But now all you need is a base hit to drive home that go-ahead run from second base, and Mike Fontenot is certainly capable of that.
The 1-0 pitch, too low. Mets have grabbed the lead in the 10th in Milwaukee, 6-5. Sac fly by Indy Chavez. Cubs with a chance here in the 8th. 2 on, 1 out in a 7-7 deadlock. At one point they were down 7-3. It's 3-0. And nobody up in the Astros pen to bail out Brocail. They are loaded for Derek Lee. Brocail has walked the bases loaded. So that patience coming back.
And Derek Lee against Doug Brocail in his career, 3 for 5.
6 walks taken by the Cubs tonight. The Astros want a double play. Cubs trying to take the lead. It's low, ball 1. And now very quickly Wesley Wright, a lefty, has gotten up for Houston. Ground ball, it's Blum, Newhand, Berkman made the play as he digs it out of the dirt. Derek hit it really hard, but Blum with a fantastic play. Newhand's throw was low, but Lance Berkman was able to get it cleanly, and they get out of the inning. Watch that pick. 7-7.
It's not a dream. You are not hallucinating. You're witnessing the metamorphosis of a new network. WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
I'm 3 weeks into being a guy with diabetes. I feel much more focused about what's important. And what is important? My wife, my family, myself. The meter plays a critical role in my life because it gives me information.
One Touch, a simple way to check your blood sugar.
I have one child, a daughter, 4.5. I'm going to dance at her wedding, and I'm going to go to her 40th birthday party.
More power to you.
The dog says... Whoa, 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 whoa. And the cat says... Yeah. And the duck says... Quack, quack, quack. And the turkey says...
The turkey definitely says Oven roasted turkey on crispy, warm panini bread. One of the new iron grilled sandwiches at Dairy Queen.
Gillette, the people who know men best.
Introduce Gillette High Performance Shampoo, engineered with charged cleansers that attract dirt and oil and power them away for a charged clean that lasts all day. New Gillette High Performance Shampoo. Take charge of your hair.
We go to the ninth, tied at 7. Bases loaded for the Cubs on back-to-back walks by Doug Brocail, and then Derek Lee scalded a ball to Jeff Blum at third base. Unfortunately, he starts the 5-4-3 double play. Cubs out of the inning without scoring. There's some frustration on the part of Derek Lee. I mean, we talk about it all the time. You can't guide it after you make contact. Your job as a hitter is to just get a good pitch to hit, make solid contact. He did that. Unfortunately, hit it right to the Astros third baseman.
Blum's made some really nice plays at third, and the key to that play was Berkman's pick on the new hand relay throw. It's been an emotional roller coaster here in game 2. Cubs led 3-1, trailed 7-3, tied 7-7, bases loaded, 1 out.
The Cub fans have been spoiled watching Mark Grace and Derek Lee do the same thing at first base that Lance Berkman did at the tail end of that double play, stretching way out to the outfield side of the bag and picking that tough hop out of the dirt.
Meanwhile, Marmol behind Berkman, 3 balls and a strike. With Blum on deck. Called strike 2. Got under one. That's DeRosa.
It looked like Berkman was sitting on the slider there on that 3-2 pitch. He got it, and unfortunately for him, got just under it. Fortunately for the Cubs, he pops it up harmlessly into right field for Mark DeRosa. I'll tell you, Len, that's probably as frustrating as anything else for a good hitter like Lance Berkman or Aramis Ramirez. You guess for a certain pitch from the opposing pitcher, you get the pitch you're looking for and still miss it.
You didn't miss many.
I just heard good hitters talking about that on the bench. Okay. That's the only reason I relayed that story. I heard Will Clark talk about it one time.
The 2-0. Slider for a strike, 2-1. Cubs hoping Luis Ayala can hold off the Brewers. He has 1 out in the bottom of the 10th with the Mets leading by 1. Cubs with a 4.5 game advantage in the division. The Brewers are leading the wild card race. It's 2-2. The Phillies a winner tonight, so Milwaukee's lead in the wild card down to 5. So he's run it full to the first 2 batters of the 9th inning. Cole Hamels, by the way, beat John Lannon in D.C. Hamels 12-8 on the year. Lannon dropped to 8-13. In case you're wondering, the Pirates have been eliminated from division title contention. They have an X next to their name in the standings page. Seattle also eliminated in the American League West. This will be Derek Lee. 2 outs. The Pirates a 3-2 winner at Cincinnati. Ian Snell beat Aaron Harang. Harang is now 4-15 on the year.
Previous matchups between these two, Carlos Marmol has had the better of it, to say the least. 5 at bats, 4 strikeouts.
Luke Scott a couple of years ago hit for the cycle versus Arizona. Pence has a double, a single, and a triple. Reaches, David Newhan will get a chance. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. Pulled a slider.
And the Cubs defensively in the outfield playing no doubles right now. Everybody playing extremely deep. The one concern you have with Hunter Pence, we've seen his speed on the bases. If he rolls one through the infield, there's a chance he could get a double anyway.
With 3-2 on the way, a bouncer to Ramirez. He backed up and ate him up, and he's ran all the way through first base. Cubs get a break. Pence was thinking he had to beat a throw from Ramirez, and the exact situation you were talking about might have played into it, but Pence was just simply hustling down the line.
Boy, when you see that third baseman start to backpedal on a high hopper, good things usually do not follow. Ball was chopped off the plate. It was going to be a close play at first base anyway, especially Ramirez started to back up, but once they got past him, it was fortunate that Pence didn't realize what was going on the left side of the field. Ball got through Ramirez. Soriano late breaking to back the play up.
And it's an error on Aramis. One of those rare circumstances where the batter is penalized for doing the right thing, putting his head down and running. Instead of watching where the ball was going, all he was thinking about is, I need to beat out this ground ball. And on that play, Bob, I don't know if there's enough time for the first base coach to help out a guy saying, keep going. But you got to round the bag. I saw Pence just went straight through.
Yeah, by the time he really realized where the ball was, it was way too late at that point. Soriano had finally come over and picked the ball up after it got past Ramirez.
So Lou out.
We've seen David Newhan in this ball game tonight, and we talked about it very early on. He's used to coming off the bench as a pinch hitter, and he's been extremely aggressive in every at bat in this ball game.
I'm thinking one.
One way to slow down an aggressive hitter, throw a backdoor breaking ball for a called strike one. Probably see another one right here. That time caught a little bit more plate, got the foul tip.
The 0-2 on the way. Now 1-2. We're going to look down to third. No swing. The Astros scored 4 times in the 6th inning to take a 7-3 lead. The Cubs came right back with 3 in the last of the 6th. Edmonds tied it with a home run in the 7th. Well, it goes without saying, anything in the gap, and Hunter Pence probably going to score. Newhand strikes out. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th in a tie ball game. And for the Cubs, Ramirez, DeRosa, and then a pinch hitter. If it gets that far, don't go anywhere.
WGN America, TV you can't ignore.
What goes into making a Budweiser? The same things that always have. The choicest hops. The perfect blend of 2- and 6-row barley. The signature flavor that can only come from Beechwood aging. And a 130-year-old promise that will always stand. Some things aren't meant to change. Some things never will.
After a car accident, you open a whole world of challenges, like getting to work. Thankfully, Farmers customers can avoid these inconveniences. Our Help Point service arranges towing, car rentals, even recommends certified auto repair facilities. Contact a local agent and shield yourself with Farmers. Just one of over 30 reliable policies available from Farmers.
The summer's coming to an end. But the fun doesn't have to.
Hi.
They're kidding, right?
No, I'm not joking.
Catch the Back to Cool weekend on WGN America this weekend. Brought to you in part by Pillsbury Toaster Strudel. You don't have to be smarter than a 5th grader to know Toaster Strudel's the one kids want to eat.
Bottom 9, 7-7. 6th pitcher for the Astros is a left-hander, Wesley Wright.
Kind of surprising to see Cecil Cooper go to his only lefty remaining in the bullpen. He's got 5 right-handed pitchers available. Now, granted, one of those is Jose Valverde as closer, but 4 other available right-handed pitchers, and he goes to Wesley Wright, who's had a real good year for the Astros, but he's going to be facing a lot of right-handers here in the bottom of the 9th.
And he was way out front, and he hits it foul. Trying to end it on one swing. Ridiculous numbers in the late innings. A Off the plate inside. 2-1. It's now final in Milwaukee. Mets held on 6-5 and 10. That's huge for the Cubs. Pitch to Ramirez. Ball 4. Fourth walk in the last 2 innings. Brings up DeRosa. It's all over in Milwaukee. So the Mets have taken the first 2 of that series. Bunted by DeRosa. They're going to try to get the out at second, and they do. As Tejada just kept his toe on second base.
DeRosa has put down a couple of sack bunts this year. This is a poor effort, however. That ball is bunted hard right back to the mound to Wesley Wright. And another fine defensive play by Miguel Tejada to keep his toe on that base as he had to stretch for the high throw. The Astros get that force play at second base.
Dewey Robinson, the pitching coach, is going to go out and talk with Wright as Casey McGee will make his major league debut as a pinch hitter in a tie game in the bottom of the 9th. A program note to our Chicago area viewers. Don't forget the series premiere of the all-news show. 9:0210 immediately follows the WGN News tonight. And I understand you could win more than $9,000 just for watching 9:0210 tonight. So stay right here. And again, that follows the WGN News, which follows the ball game. The pitch to McGee is a strike on a breaker. He was selected yesterday from AAA Iowa. First major league plate appearance. Had a big spring. Seemed like he came up with a bunch of game-winning hits in spring training. A little different here. Can play pretty much everywhere on the infield. He can catch for you in a pinch. Was leading Iowa with 147 hits, 133 games, 42 multi-hit games when he was called up. Hit .330 in August. Good eye, 2-1. Not bad. Your major league debut, and the crowd saying, "Let's go, Casey." Here's the 2-1. Outside corner, right painted for the second strike.
That's a good take by the young man. That's a pitch you're not going to do much with at any level of baseball. At the knees, on the outside corner. That ball had double play written all over it.
The 2-2 offering, a swing and the miss, and he struck him out. But it'll be Giovanni Soto coming up. With DeRosa still at first base. Again, the news follows the game, and then for our Chicago area viewers, 9:0210.
back in the fourth inning. Giovanni Soto touched off one of 4 solo home runs in this game by the Cubs. This one to straightaway center field. That'd work.
No doubt. One of his 3 hits and 4 trips. Opportunity now to push the lead in the division back to 5.5 if they can grab this one late after Milwaukee just lost in extras. It's Pence, and we'll go to extras here. Leadoff walk, no runs, so it's 7-7 after regulation.
Justice room, wall-to-wall in teal.
Exactly. And you know, if you got a little extra carpet lying around, there might be a little something extra for you.
I'll see what I have.
Hey, you're home early. What do you think?
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
Very easy, honey.
The men of TV are de-evolving from man of the house.
I am the king in my castle.
To man of the couch.
Haven't I heard of you?
You're not a cop, are you?
Just when you think it can't get any worse, these guys show up.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. That's my other brother Daryl.
Watch the men of classic TV go from sophisticated to sauced. Put your mind on rewind with Out of Sight Retro Night on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
He brought you the producers and Blazing Saddles.
Please, don't make a fuss.
Now, Mel Brooks takes on the final frontier.
Spaceballs?
There goes the planet. Hang on to your helmet. For a sci-fi spoof that's out of this world.
Give me paw!
John Candy and Rick Moranis co-star.
Evil will always triumph because good is dumb.
Spaceballs.
Thursday at 8 on WGN America.
All tied at 7 as we head to extra innings. Giovanni Soto got a pitch he thought he should have done a little bit more with there from Wesley Wright. Wright's got a little extra giddy up on his fastball, especially when he elevates up above the belt, and Soto just got underneath it to loft the high fly ball to right center field.
Bat just disintegrated. And the Cubs closer, Kerry Wood, will try to keep the Astros right at 7. Give the Cubs a chance to win it in the bottom of the 10th. This is where that bullpen depth with the expanded roster comes in hand, but comes in handy. But again, I don't know if Marshall, I'm sure Sean would tell Lou, look, I can give you an inning or two if you need it. But he started 2 days ago. Chad Godin, probably wouldn't see him tonight. You had Samardzija go an inning and 2/3 yesterday. We've already seen Wirtz in back-to-back games. John Lieber has not appeared since he came off the DL. Neil Kotz still available, a roller, and Ramirez throws high. That's his second error the last 2 innings. Well, the barrel of the bat ended up out near shortstop. Don't know if he was distracted by it or not.
Quintero just gets sawed off. That last hop came up a little bit on Ramirez. He knocked it down, but his throw across the diamond is high to Derek Lee, allowing Quintero to reach leading off here in the top half of the 10th.
No, he was not looking at that bat as you see the barrel go by him.
When his shoulders ever so slightly opened up, if they'd have been squared to home plate, that ball would have hit him in the chest and dropped straight down. But because his left shoulder was opened, that ball ricocheted over towards shortstop.
Jose Castillo came in the bottom of the ninth to play second as they double switched, looking to lay down a bunt. He is 0 for his last 18.
And has not successfully put down a sacrifice bunt this season.
Popped up on a bunt attempt, and Derek was too close to the plate.
Derek charging hard from his first base position, and Castillo bunts that ball back over his head. He just can't change directions quickly enough.
We have not heard anything regarding Carlos Zambrano left after 5 innings. Bob Howery came in to pitch the 6th. Lou went out to talk with a home plate umpire, Field and Culbreth, and then Cecil Cooper came out. We weren't quite sure why the meeting was necessary, and Howery was summoned pretty late before that inning. So I guess no news is good news, at least for now. Z gave up 3 runs in his 5 innings as Castillo whiffs for the first out.
A couple of failed attempts to bunt, gets to 2 strikes and chases a Kerry Wood slider out of the strike zone, down low and away.
One strike on Bourne. Hit foul. The producer of Cubs baseball here on WGN Sports is Pete Thomas. Skip Ellison is our director. Our associate producer, Mark Brady. The executive producer of WGN Sports, Bob Vorwald. Thanks as well to our stage manager in the booth, Paula Oscroba. Our production assistant, Sam Burmeister. Our studio coordinator back at WGN, Christina Ballas. And our entire home crew here at Wrigley Field. That is not an out.
I think some of the fans here thought that ball was popped into the air, and Soto made a nice catch, but that check swing actually pounded the ball right down off the plate. It popped up in the air, and Gio caught it on a hop.
I think even on a foul tip, if it were to hit the glove and then the chest protector and then comes back down, I don't even know if that would be. I don't think it would be considered an out. You got to catch it cleanly on a tip.
I think it can hit the glove and pop in the air, and you can recatch
right, but
it.
It can't hit anything else.
Yeah, if it hits chest protector or mask or shin guard or anything else, it's just considered a foul ball.
And they're back. Got him that time. Screwed him into the ground on a slider.
Good hard slider. Started right over the middle of the plate. Enough off speed and enough movement. Bourne comes up empty. Swings right over the top of that pitch.
So Culbreth breaks up the meeting. And it's Ty Wigginton. He has come to the plate 5 times. He's reached twice, both on walks, in the 5th and again in the 6th.
couple of walks in the ball game, 0 for 3, but I think the Cubs showed the respect they have for Ty Wigginton, and they understand that he has been one of the hottest Astros hitters coming into this series. Giovanni Soto wanted to run out to Kerry Wood just to make sure they knew exactly how they wanted to attack him.
Cubs are 8-5 in extras, including 4-2 at home. The Astros are 4-3 overall, 2-2 on the road. We're in the 10th. It's 7-7. Ground ball. Terrio will flip to Fontenot, and they force Quintero, who reached on that error, but no damage done. Last of the 10th, 7-7.
You just randomly
What was that?
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Every sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Goodbye, Mr. Made Up of Different Stuff guy.
The summer's coming to an end. But the fun doesn't have to.
Hi.
They're kidding, right?
No, I'm not joking.
Catch the Back to Cool weekend on WGN America this weekend. Brought to you in part by Pillsbury Toaster Strudel. You don't have to be smarter than a 5th grader to know Toaster Strudel's the one kids want to eat. It's not a dream. You are not hallucinating. You're witnessing the metamorphosis of a new network. WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
Astros 7, Cubs 7. Bottom of the 10th, Ryan Terrio, Kosuke Fukudome, and Alfonso Soriano due up against left-hander Wesley Wright. Well, I see Daytona had its playoff game against Palm Beach postponed, and I believe Palm Beach was ahead when they were in that rain delay. I don't know if they'll start that game over or not, but they have been postponed. Florida State League playoffs. Iowa will begin the Pacific Coast League playoffs tomorrow. It'll be a best of 5 against Oklahoma. One and nothing Ontario. A favorable count. We've seen that a lot with the Cubs at the plate in the last couple of innings. All their base runners, and they've had 4 of them in the 8th and the 9th combined, have been the result of walks. This time it's 3-0 Ontario. Missed badly. Cubs trying to make the Astros bullpen pay for the wildness. Brocale walked them loaded in the 8th, but got out of it in a double play ball.
We'll see how Lou chooses to play it here. Fukudome has put down a couple of sacrifice bunts this year. He's also bunted on his own for a base hit a couple times in sacrifice situations. At the top of the order, waiting in the on-deck circle in the form of Alfonso Soriano. Astros certainly expecting a bunt right here.
Takes it for a strike.
Boy, the infield defense was completely broken up right there. Guys running all over the place. That's Jack Cassell beginning to throw down in the Astros bullpen.
Now there are 2 strikes. We'll see how the Cubs play it.
You saw Lou banging his 2 fists together. That's a universal sign for let him swing away, although that could be a decoy.
That's how it's been going for Kosuke lately. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Second one wasn't a great pitch, and he fouled it off. But still a chance here. 1-2.
Kosuke's actually hit almost 20 points higher against left-handed pitching this year.
By right before a 2-2 pitch. Blunt can't get this one. First and second, no outs. So Kosuke couldn't put the bunt down, but turned out even better with a base hit.
Well, the fact that Blum was still drawn in at third base, not sure whether Kosuke was going to swing away or bunt, allowed Fukudome to slap that ball past him into left field.
Here's Soriano. The pitch into center. Bourne will set. Terrio tagging, and he's going to hold up. Boy, was that ever the right choice? He would have been out by a mile. What a throw by Michael Bourne. What a crowd buzzing.
Well, he had to basically throw that ball flat-footed. He had to hold his ground, but came up firing and put it right on the base at third.
Henry Blanco will bat for Fontenot. Another trip to the mound from Dewey Robinson. First year as the pitching coach for Dewey Robinson, former bullpen coach of the White Sox, pitched for the White Sox. He was born in Evanston and then went to Southern Illinois as a coach at Northwestern in Missouri after he retired as a player. First and second, 1 out. A walk and a single to start the inning. Then Soriano flied to center. Well, Henry came up with a big game-ending hit recently against the Cardinals. Let's see if he can do it again.
It's imperative that Ryan Terrio get as much of a secondary lead as he possibly can out there at second base so he can score on a ball hit to the outfield.
He gets under one, and Bourne went back, and Pence is going to come in. It'll be Bourne to catch it.
Almost too much speed this time. You can see him clearly calling for it. Almost overran that ball. Had to reach back over his right shoulder to make the catch. A chance for a redeemer for Derek Lee. Grounded into that double play with the bases loaded to end the bottom half of the 8th inning.
Winning run at second base, Ryan Theriot trying to get as big a lead as he can. And the pitch to Derek is pulled foul. Hit right on the nose. If we go to the 11th, it'll be Kerry Wood getting right back out there. Right chopping on that gum. Couple of looks at Theriot. And now it's 2 strikes on Lee.
Boy, and that's a real pitcher strike right there. Maybe at the knees, maybe on the outside corner, but he hits his target. Lee behind 0-2, going to have to battle now.
A 2-strike pitch, a little bit outside. Good hop on that fastball at 94. The Astros got right from the Dodgers through the Rule 5 draft last December. He pitched at the AA level last season. He's been busy here in 08 for Houston. A 1-2. And the Astros get out of it. The Cubs put the first 2 on in the 10th. But Wright gets off the hook. We're going to go to the 11th. And it's 7-7.
Like the ad says, there's hardwood floors throughout.
Nice.
Hey, you want a Bud Light?
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. By splitting the rent, there's more money for Bud Light.
Great.
Ready to see your room?
Yeah.
Hey, roomies, say hi to Brian.
The thing is,
make yourself at home.
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
That chili is not sitting well.
Hey, I'm Jerry Springer, deep in the bowels of this great building, the fortress of television innovation. This bastion of broadcast excellence is protected by an elite staff of security professionals. Well, except for the guy they have here after hours.
This Friday, Jerry Springer drops by to offer a no-holds-barred look at his movie Ringmaster.
Your show sucks.
Enter the movie underground Friday night at 8 East 5 West, right here on WGN America.
How many years have you been lying to me?
A total freak.
Yeah, your freak brother.
I want you to know that I've smoked pot.
When were you going to tell me this?
You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Here's a joint.
Guaranteed to knock you on your butt.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
Still tied at 7 as we head to the top of the 11th inning. Derek Lee struck out to end the bottom half of the 10th. It was another one of those pitcher's pitches, and with a 2-strike count, you cannot afford to take it. Wesley Wright puts it right on the corner at the knees, and Cubs waste another possible opportunity to win this ball game.
Ronnie Cedeno comes into play second after Blanco pinch hit for Fontenot. Tell you what, Bob, even though the rosters have been expanded, the Cubs may need a little help in the bullpen tomorrow. It wouldn't shock me if a phone call was made to Iowa and Kevin Hart might be on his way here real soon. I mean, the Cubs have basically said that there'll be a couple of more call-ups at the end of Iowa's postseason run, but that if they needed reinforcements, they would not hesitate. We talked about the bullpen situation. You don't even want to think about being short tomorrow night. Not with a chance to get the roster upwards of 40. It's in the low 30s right now. Sean Marshall in the dugout. There's Coy Hill, switch hitting catcher, who revealed yesterday the story, amazing story about his comeback after that gruesome table saw accident. Almost lost several fingers off his right hand. One and two on Miguel Tejada. We're in the 11th. I know one thing you miss about managing nights like this, right? Trying to figure out who's available. You can't really think about tomorrow, but you know, you have to keep it in the back of your mind. If I use this guy tonight, I can't use him tomorrow. A roller to Terrio, actually hopped at the end, and Tejada's thrown out.
You know, the attitude that most managers take, especially managers who are in pennant races, you know, we need to win a ball game tonight. We'll worry about tomorrow. But there are occasions in extra innings where you sneak back up into that tunnel between innings with the cell phone and give your general manager a call and tell him to get on the horn down to AAA and get some more bodies headed this direction. I'm going to empty the bag here tonight, do what we have to do to try to win this ball game, and we're going to need some help tomorrow. I don't know if that's the case with Lou and Jim Hendry tonight, but certainly it's happened many times in the history of this great game.
Good foul by Berkman. Remember that game in Houston a couple of years ago that went 18 innings. Rich Hill, who was going to start the next day, had to pitch the night before. And Ryan O'Malley made his major league debut and pitched to Jim. But in games like this, what usually saves your bullpen is a big hit to win it. Cubs just haven't been able to come up with that hit the last few innings, even though they've had some chances. Hello.
I'd like to believe he's an Astros fan. Yeah, Cubs had the bases loaded with one out in the 8th inning, didn't score, had the leadoff man on. In the 9th inning, didn't score, and then 2 on, nobody out in the 10th inning, and couldn't push across a run.
Count filled up 3-2. I don't know where the wind went, but we haven't seen the flags move in a long time. It was blowing out when this game started out of the Southwest at 6. Close pitch. Carey didn't get it. Ball 4.
Tried to get him with a slider right there. If anything, it's up.
Well, how did he lay off that pitch? Blum's at the plate. Walked and scored his first time. 0 for 4 since.
Well, a good idea there by Kerry Wood and the Cubs to keep a check on Lance Berkman over there. He may not look like it, but he's stolen 16 bases in 19 attempts this year.
and gone. That guy, Jeff Blum, it seems like every home run he hits is a huge one. Came up with a big one against Milwaukee recently. Remember the one he hit for the White Sox in the World Series a few years ago? And he gives the Astros a 9-7 lead here in the 11th. Man.
Very little doubt about that one either. To get me over fastball in the middle of the plate. Blum is all over it. Pulls that ball to right field. Fukudome just took a couple of steps and watched it sail up into the bleachers.
Pence running hard. Going to be a tough play. Ramirez throws past Lee. Pence on his way to second base. He's thinking about third as Kerry Wood got back over there. And the third error committed by Aramis since the 9th inning. It'll be an infield hit. For Pence, that's his 4th hit. And then the error by Aramis on the throw, allowing Pence to move up a base.
He knew he had to hurry with Pence's speed. That slow roller hit to the left side. He barehands the ball. Looks like they were going to get Pence at first base, but his throw pulls Derek Lee to the outfield side. Gets away just far enough for Pence to advance on to second base.
Northwestern alum Mark Loretta will pinch hit for Wesley Wright, who stands to get the win if this score holds up. Loretta's had a great year as a pinch hitter. Bounced straight back. Now, the Cubs will have to, if they do come back, it'll be against their closer Valverde, as John Lieber is up. Just came back from the DL yesterday.
You know, Len, for Jeff Blum, that home run against Kerry Wood gives him 8 hits in 24 at-bats against Woody, with a couple of home runs, and 2 of the home runs have come in his last 5 at-bats.
Well, he hit 2 in game 1 of a doubleheader on a very frigid day here at the ballpark. As a Padre on April 13th, 2005, I seem to recall at least one of those homers was off Kerry. I know one was hit to right. It's just amazing at how many big hits